Alright, well, hello everyone, and welcome to Wpw and Wdw represent Collision Course! I am but one of your hosts of tonight. I am the Killjoy JTB, and joined, as always, by my broadcast partner, Vega Fawn Hashim, and as always, old new, actually. Well, currently, one of them got stuck in traffic right now, but introducing WDW's very own Jack Action.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am super excited for tonight's show.
How about you, Vega Fawn Hashim? Are you excited for today?
Oh, it's going to be most excellent, JT.
Absolutely, it's gonna be absolutely amazing. Very, oh man, that both the commission and Calypso have taken the time to put together this 15 match card. It is absolutely insane what they have planned. Chances are there will be blood, and there will be a shocking amount of it.
Blood for Lundiger, as it were.
Blood for the Blood God, indeed.
Oh boy. You know, I think, you know, what do you say? You think we should just go ahead, get things started, head down to our first matchup here?
Of course! Don't worry, they'll come when he's supposed to.
Alright.
I fully understand the traffic issue that was right with our name all this week.
Yeah, it's been quite hectic. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and kick things off for the women's division. The following contest is a singles match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 190 pounds, she is the Shield Maiden, Alma Valen.
Alma, of course, coming off a most excellent match with two of our more supernaturally gifted wrestlers.
We're getting a little bit of video and audio hiccups here. Keep in mind, tonight's show, not responsible for any and all hiccups that may happen during the course of your programming.
I'm going to go twizzle some twazzles, see if I can't fix the issue.
Yeah, let's see if those twizzles can indeed be twazzled. And introducing her opponent,
Representing WDW, Wrecker, Wendy, Martin.
Wendy Martin. Now, obviously, you've had more experience seeing her matches than I have, Mr. Jack Action. What can you tell me about Wendy?
She is just your run-of-the-mill, fun-loving gal. It is odd seeing her not accompanied by a cup to the ring, but I imagine they just ran out of drink backstage.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
We've been confiscating unusual substances for the night.
She is certainly no stranger to barroom brawls, backstage assaults, or any sort of violent action.
Get some more video hiccups here. Hold on. Here, okay. Here we go. Are we good? Are we good? Okay. Looks like things have cleared up, so here we go, start of the matchup. And immediately Wendy just going after Alma. It says someone having audio issues by chance. Vega, you good?
I should be good at this.
Ooh. Jack, how about you?
Yeah, I don't think it's coming from my end.
Obviously, of course, everyone every week. I mean, what's a show regarding WPW without the avian announce team, of which I'm joined by every week as well. I can never understand what they're saying. Here we go, cover up there by Alma. Just kicked out just before the count of 1.
There we go, that should fix a little bit of it. Apparently we were having a little bit of arcane flux in the air.
Weird, I didn't see that on the weather report. Wendy just tossing Alma to the side.
Now here we have a sort of modified camel clutch there by Wendy. Alma quickly able to escape it.
Ooh, those vicious forearms to the back and to the shoulder blades.
Quick knee just under the neck there. Oh, followed up by with a knee on the head. Oh. Did we check to see if the rats got in yet?
I didn't see any rats recently. However, it might be a little bit more of a storm than I thought.
Alma sending Wendy to the outside over the top rope.
Both ladies on the outside now. What a dangerous place to be. Oh!
As much as we do pad the arena, the padding is not very thick, admittedly.
Especially the padding right by the rails.
Wendy sent hard into the stairs.
We are at the count of 6 here. The count
looks like we might be going for a count out today.
Looks like Wendy now just able to get into the ring.
Ooh. Wonderful.
Even though there might be a size difference between these two ladies, I can assure you Alma is quite dangerous. As you know, as many shield maidens are known to be.
Prestigious size does not mean anything unless your goal is excess bleeding.
We go put in Achilles lock, but Wendy able to escape it. Quick boot to the face there to escape.
Wendy always heavy-fisted with those strikes, but a little overzealous there.
Oh! What a back body drop from Alma to Wendy off not only the edge of the apron, but also a little bit on the LED board, no less. And Wendy quickly returning the favor.
Face first against the apron, which I hear tell is the hardest part of the ring.
Oh, trust me, I've heard that. I've heard that saying way too many times. And being here on that side of the ring a couple times myself, it is not fun.
I will also say, due to the size of some of our competitors, such as Anaj of the Mountain and Girthquake, we do also reinforce the outside of the ring to make sure that it doesn't splinter mid-match.
Oh, trust me, we made sure that Magitech Madness, one of our equipment sponsor of all the shows, including today's show, they made sure to put extra reinforcements on the ring, because there will be a lot of large impacts, complete with large competitors and the like. It will be crazy tonight.
Ooh, lovely right fist, bringing Alma down to...
Oh, Wendy going for the cover. 2, kick out at 2.
Not quite enough to put down the shield, maiden.
Oh, I think Wendy was going for the Marlboro Kiss punch there, and it was countered. Wendy, where are you going?
Oh, elbow drop by Wendy.
Alma able to shake it off and go right back to control here.
Quick jabs to both the chest and stomach there. Working on the upper and mid body.
Almost taking out the rim with this back and forth.
But thankfully, the referee did not get knocked out and said Wendy was on the receiving end of a very vicious lariat there. A bridging suplex there, but Alma not looking to capitalize on it. Kick out at 2 by Wendy.
And again, putting more tension on those tendons in the back of the neck.
And Alma Irish whipping Wendy to the outside.
Landing hard on that concrete and that rubber padding.
Wendy with that sweeping Uranagi. Planting Alma hard on that rubber padding.
Yeah, dazing her hard. It looks like Alma getting back to her senses and now getting back into the ring at the count of 4.
Only to receive a swift backhand to her face.
And a backbreaker there by Wendy.
Wendy with these repeated punches to Alma's face. Again, very heavy-fisted is Wendy Martin.
Lifting her up by the head and slamming her down. That requires so much strength. And now, oh no. Wendy calling for Alma to get back up to her feet. Oh! For that double axe handle, but Alma catching her with a quick jab to the gut.
Wendy wrenching back with this modified camel clutch. Can't tell if she's got her fingers in Alma's eyes or not. Ref's letting it go.
I don't think the ref could see it. But, you know, the ref not being able to see things is not entirely surprising.
Remind me to get his eyes replaced later this evening.
Do you want... do you by chance want the medical staff from Matsumoto to help out?
Wendy here setting up for the convoy.
Whoa! An experience for everyone.
An Alma?
Person rolled up.
Yeah. Ooh.
And a kick out at two. Oh, hello there.
Hello? Who is it?
Hi, me.
Calvin, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Jax. I'm so sorry. Holy shit.
No
You
worries.
said Calvin? Oh yes, this is the other one you said. Yes, JTV?
Yes.
Hi. Oh, sorry. Oh, God, running around. Okay.
I heard traffic was very bad today.
Traffic was bad. I got stopped by Calypso for some things. And, oh, Lord. Anyways. Oh, Calvin Davenport. Oh, leg drop there by, who?
Alma, this is Alma Valen of WPW the Shield Maiden.
Alright. Over to kick out there by Wendy.
Got in here just in time though for the first match.
Oh, good at least. Oh,
Yeah, drink this. It'll make you feel better.
thank you.
Don't ask what it is.
Oh. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, hold on, let me have some of that.
Of course, by all means.
That was more potent than I was expecting.
It's nice and tangy.
Like, oh my, nope, into this.
There's a modified Achilles lock. Possibly a variant of her Serpent's Grasp. And Neckbreaker there.
Wendy Martin, the sister of our current world champion.
Here we go. Oh. A bit of a super kick there. Bunch of chops to the chest there by Alma. Unrelenting.
Marble kiss out of nowhere.
I've apparently been given a request from our what's Wendy setting up for here?
Well,
Calling for the convoy.
Oh!
Going for the pin. 1, 2.
Kick out at 2.
The wind was knocked out of her, but the fight still stands.
I've been given a request by our primary sponsor of WPW from Arasaka. Okay, they're keep in mind I'm forced to do this by them, so
It is in your contract.
Ara. So thank you, Arasaka, Japan.
Okay.
You don't question it. It's weird. Think about how we get
At least
funded.
It wasn't the cherry cola
All up,
company again.
2. So close, but a kick out at 2. Sorry.
No worries there, Calvin. Oh my God, Alma showing so much fight here tonight for this. Oh, looked like she was trying to trip up Wendy for the Serpent's Grasp, but Wendy able to dodge out of the way for it.
Driving those heels into the elbow, potentially trying to dislodge the arm.
Wendy now stomping away, targeting Alma's arm.
I thought I was going for the kiss again. Now it was modified guillotine, bridging away in the neck.
Could be it for Alma.
I hope she doesn't mind beer, the stench of beer.
Looks like Wendy wants to continue the assault.
Alma with a sweep of the leg, now stalking her prey.
Punching Wendy off as Wendy tried to grab her. He successfully gets her down, pulls her down by her hair.
Catching leg with a dragon screw.
He's going for something, but Alma able to get around it. Oh, and a big side back suplex. What was that?
Huh, boys? Oh, you talking about my avian announce team?
Oh. I didn't even see them. Huh, okay.
WPW broadcasts are across 37 dimensions and 14 languages.
Oh.
We actually
That's
have
fun.
a booth for the Spanish announce team right now. That's why you can't see them in the arena.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. No, the backbreaker there by Wendy.
Again, working on that arm.
Especially with those high heels, it's gonna be doing so much damage. And what do you say it was the convoy?
Yep, it's time for the convoy.
This
Put
is
many people away with this.
third one. Now going for the cover. That could be it for Alma.
1,
Two,
2,
three.
3.
And your winner, wrecker Wendy Martin.
The bar up are able to get one over on Alma.
But congrats to Wendy Martin of WDW. It does make it 1 in the win column for WDW. See if we can pull it off here for the next matchup. I think it's safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, that was a really great matchup to start off to start off Collision Course. I should really start just saying that instead of. Anywho,
It's a habit. We get used to it.
yeah, oh boy.
I do enjoy the irony that the Caravan was what won the first match of
The
Collision.
convoy. It's the convoy. She's very particular about these things. Someone got her coffee wrong. She power bombed them through like 6 different tables.
That is scary.
Yep.
That's what happened to the last guy.
Oh no.
I mean, is this where I bring up that one member of our roster we'll be seeing tonight, Ignatius Black, is no secret to that. He was a magician, right? That he was tired of being upstaged by this young up-and-comer and chokeslammed him straight through a table.
Dark magic magician or party trick magician?
Dark magic magician. He was actually he was expelled from the mages school for chokeslamming the student.
Why would they go do such a thing like that? The dark arts are a wonderful thing for it.
I mean, sometimes you might push it too far.
That's how you get necromancy.
I mean, no, like necromancy, not a problem. It's necromancy romancy that might be a little bit of a bitter pill to swallow for most folk.
I'm sorry.
Have you ever read Paula? No, never mind.
Jack, I'm concerned.
Don't be.
Only for the best, honestly.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to make sure you're both insured, yes?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, I know we are insured. Kind of part of the contract. But oh hey, distraction. Look, next match.
Yeah, I gotta ask you, ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for a tag match? Because that's what's next. And we're gonna go ahead and take you guys down to ringside for said match. The following contest is a mixed tag team match set for one fall. Introducing first, the team up of AZ and DBug, Dark Web.
Wait, hold on. AZ?
As? AZ?
Okay, did they get a new member while I wasn't looking?
I don't know, did they?
It's usually Marilyn Mayhem that's here. Because they are the current women's tag team championships for World Domination Wrestling.
Well, this is a mixed tag team match here, Calvin. Obviously, can't have a woman of a tag team of two women take on a tag team of one man and one woman. Because we
didn't even know this was a mixed tag. I thought it was just a tag.
Did you hear the announcer?
It cut out a little bit.
We still haven't gotten the licensing to do male versus female matches, have we?
All right.
Not really.
And introducing their challengers, the team up of Xochitl Destellas and El Cholo Espiritu Los Lobos Destellas.
That was a lot of words. Okay.
The cousin duo of Cholo and Xochitl. We're just audio levels here, just a tad. There we go. And for those of you joining us here today, welcome to WDW and WPW represent Collision Course. Crossover. Sorry, go ahead, Calvin.
Sorry, I saw AZ like scooching along the side of the ring. I didn't know if he was going to try anything. I'm not really concerned.
I'd say I would be entirely surprised about that, but as I was saying earlier, the crossover pay-per-view were the best of World Domination Wrestling team up against the best of WolfPack Wrestling. We are hosted here by yours truly, the Killjoy JTB, one Vega Fun Hashim, and WDW's Calvin and Jack Action.
Uh-oh. Oh, big lariat. Now tagging AZ.
And that means Cholo now has to come in and face him.
Indeed, this is a debut, so I don't have a whole lot of information on this gentleman.
Me neither. I mean, I dig the getup though.
And quick tag again.
Tell me he's not a superhero.
Considering the Dark Web have been less than kosher, I guess the word would be for it. I doubt it.
Ooh, and missing that top rope action.
DBug, unfortunately, misjudging the distance before being thrown into the apron. Also, I've been told I have to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your weekly reminder that the apron is the hardest part of the ring.
Oh, you get that? You get that reminder too? I get it every time as well.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It is not fun to be hit on that side of the ring.
Do you think I don't go into the arena anymore?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've been thrown to it before. It's not fun.
given just as a casual reminder, Vega here represents the Barathon Gladiatorial Federation, so very hold on here at the count of 8. Are we looking at no?
Nope, DBug getting back in the ring quickly.
Yes, no, I deal primarily with the Barathon Gladiatorial Federation, which means there's much more sharp and pointy things flying at my face, even 20 feet up in the box.
Yeah, no one likes sharp, pointy things hitting their face. I know from.
No.
I mean,
have you ever been speared, Calvin?
Are we talking about an actual spear, or are we talking about the move?
Yes.
Jack, I'm scared.
Thankfully, our commentary booth on WDW is there's a screen glass.
Yes, no, we're surprisingly secluded here. I'm used to being much closer to the action, honestly.
Yeah, it was unfortunately revealed at the last WPW pay-per-view Stand Your Ground that the announce team that you see normally is all holograms. It's all holograms. We like yeah, you really think I'm gonna be up close and personal with all the action? No, I prefer being in my dark, decrepit commentary box.
Remind me, are you scheduled tonight, or are we going to have to schedule you again next week?
Back to the match. Here we have AZ. AZ. Wait, no, is this
DBug?
This DBug. Irish whipping Sochi into the corner. Oh.
Also, if anyone has a proper pronunciation of AZ, I don't know if I'm saying it correct or not. But
I think AZ would probably be the safe bet.
I don't know, but okay, quick aside. I am the head of talent relations for World Domination Wrestling, so you kind of need to get these things accurate.
Understandable.
Also, do we have to set up a containment unit for tonight, or?
That was part of making sure you had the additional insurance for this week.
Yeah.
Is there a certain giant green man
super
around
kick.
the back?
Oh, big super kick there. Now going for the pin. 2. Kick out at 2 by Cholo.
I'm getting in from our scout. You're pronouncing it correctly. AZ.
Oh, cool. Okay. Again, just want to be sure about these things. Also, is there a giant green guy in the back?
Probably, yes.
Oh, dear.
I believe I also saw Anaj in the back, but I don't know if he's resting.
Quick question. You guys have had your shots, right?
Yeah? Wait, why do we need a containment?
Don't worry about it.
Okay, then.
Tag into Xochi, that means DBug has to get in the ring.
Also, I quickly realized the referee calling the rope break earlier. That was interesting. Oh, big mini chop. Made a big boot to the side of the head there.
Knocking the senses out of AZ, but not enough for it to counter whatever was going on.
That's DBug.
Sorry, DBug.
Into this tilt-a-whirl armbar, but letting go of the submission hold.
I think the customer was yelling. I saw another shadow in there, and
Another kick at it too.
AZ countering.
What is?
What was the other guy's name again?
Sochi. This would be Sochi. Oh my God! Whoa!
Slipping through into this.
What an excellent
Boston Crab
transition into the Boston Crab. Looks like Cholo getting into the mix. I think it's too far. I mean, no, not surprised. They are cousins, so I mean, it makes sense about to even trying to be professional. Sometimes things might go too far. Oh, and just a bitch slap across the face.
Oh, stun gun.
A wonderful reminder to any of you who don't know, the closed hand may potentially break bones, but the open hand can dislocate the jaw in one of those slaps.
It has been known to do that.
I've seen too many slapping competitions to know where many things can go wrong, but here we go. Cholo going for the pin on an AZ, but a kick out at 2.
DBug also getting a shot in.
Oh, here we go. Mashing gone. Now falling through with the pin. 2. Oh, but a kick out at 2.
So
Just barely getting the shoulder up. Oh, and dodges whatever that was.
A fearsome right hand taking down Cholo.
AZ now positioning Cholo somewhere in the ring.
Right, getting him away from the ring ropes. Here we go. 1, 2. Just
Kick out at 2.
almost got the 3 count. Oh my god. A shotgun drop kick there by Sochi.
And a monkey flip.
And a standing shooting star press. AZ keeping an eye on Cholo on the outside.
DBug looks like she's more than a little dazed right now. She's going to need to get her wits about her if she gets back in this match.
The drop kick to the legs, knocking DBug on her back.
Ooh. Nick gets Gary. A DDT right in front of AZ.
Here we go. Sochi with a spinning head scissor takedown to DBug.
It went for a drop kick, but gets pushed away.
Here we go. Oof. Wrenching the arm there.
Just working it over.
And now Rings of Saturn getting locked in.
Pressure on the shoulders and on the elbows, trying to pull everything out of place, make an injury, stretch the tendons, knotted, stuck.
AZ running interference on Cholo.
Well, it looks like Cholo's still able to try and distract the ref a little bit. Now DBug on the top rope. Oh, but a punch to the gut by Sochi.
Countering that crowd that
Top rope.
DBug was looking for.
Even an announce team keeping a very close eye on this. I imagine the word bug excites them.
What's the term you use for that? I think that is racist, yes.
I might have to call in for a new AV and announce team. I'm not sure now. I mean, I can. To be fair, we can. Yeah, all right. But keep in mind, I cannot. Yeah. Anywho.
Sorry.
No worries.
You were saying, go.
Ooh.
Oof, DDT there. Now going for the cover up.
2, 3. That does it.
And your winners, the Dark Web.
Hey, at least it's not the deep web.
Oh
I
lord.
mean, it could be both.
They would not be working here if it was the deep web.
Is there licensing issues?
Had enough with signal issues.
Alright.
Listen, the Web of the Underdark doesn't get up here very often.
I know of the Underdog. Lots of very interesting silk spinners down there. We get all our finest fabrics.
Yeah, Spider Silk is surprisingly really nice.
I will take your word for it.
Trust me, get yourself a nice. Trust me, get yourself like a nice suit or something. Oh, you're not gonna want to take it off.
Yeah, my robes are spider silk trimmed with gold. Feel it.
Oh, that's actually pretty nice, actually.
There it is. That's a second win in the win column for WDW.
Yeah, DBug showing why she's one half of the female tag team champions.
That's another amazing match here for this paper. That's two out of 15. Oh my god! I just realized we're almost near the first hour, the 1 hour mark. Oh my goodness!
Sounds to me like you shouldn't have had that drink earlier.
Probably not.
Speaking of Calvin, how are you feeling now?
Better?
Oh, good.
We'll keep that stuff away from Wendy, eh, Calvin?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. Knowing how devastating Wendy already is in the ring after that opening match, I don't know if I want to see her when she's drunk. Or sober, because I imagine sober she'd be very pissed off.
Yeah, I was about to say, you did see her drunk. She rarely wrestles sober.
That was her drunk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, she's known as the bar hopper. Okay?
I mean, I have seen drunken style masters before, and that was a very good approximation of it.
Yeah, we'll just say that she has a reputation, and we're just gonna go ahead and leave that there.
All right.
Trust me. Just trust me. It's better if we just leave it there.
Might have to talk to WDW about boring Wendy for a week.
Oh, I'm not going to be looking forward to that conversation, oh Lord. But I think we should be looking forward to this next match.
Yeah, next matchup here, ladies and gentlemen, we have some Extreme Rules competition. So if you guys have been patiently waiting for some blood to be possibly spilled, then I think you're about to get it. You think you're about to get your wish, Vega.
Yes, what?
There might be blood.
We have yet to see. I will be more excited when it actually happens, JT.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and take you guys onto ringside for singles competition. The following contest is an Extreme Rules match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 255 pounds, representing the Marauders, Merrick the Hunter. As you can see, Merrick the Hunter ready for battle. One half of the Marauders, his tag team partner, his cousin in arms, the Lady Uzra. And she's quite excited to be seeing Merrick in action tonight. Probably going up against. I did take a small peek at the card. I tried to surprise myself a little bit, but I did take a small peek, and oh man, I think you, Calvin, and Jack can do the honors here.
I didn't receive a card.
Ooh. Representing WDW. Erza Eldrazi.
Okay, I need clarification because I see typos of it kind of circulating across social media. Is it Ezra or Erza?
Erza.
Okay.
Also, now I'm going to get into some convoluted things. I don't even know if I can begin to make sense of it. So, you know a man named Theron Eldrazi?
Yes, I am aware of him.
That's his grandson.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
I thought this was a type of Ashwell. You're telling me it isn't?
I was thinking Tabaxi.
I have no clue. He says that he is a Valorian, whatever that means.
Oh, what type of cat person? I've heard of those as well. I think I've had them go to the arena a couple of years ago.
Okay. Yes, so...
I think it might be safe to say that Merrick might be at a slight disadvantage. I mean, well, because okay, Merrick's he's already a brutal competitor as it is, but Ezra, given his affiliation, and I mean, it might just be me, but I feel like Reach is definitely gonna be on Ezra's side in this match. He's quite the lanky boy.
Maybe,
Let's be honest. Merrick does do quite well against tall, thin opponents.
Also, he is a hunter. If he's the same type of hunter I'm thinking of, then I guess it balances out. What?
Looks like
Merrick dodged the head scissors takedown.
Impressive, honestly. I don't often see that miss.
oh, single leg drop kick there.
Is Rip proving to be an expert at flailing?
Again, some video audio hiccups here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're back. Twazzle has been twizzled, I've been told.
Yeah, it's usually the Twazzle that messes everything up. I hate that it's so integral to this whole monitor business.
Yeah, hopefully we can soon we'll develop the technology.
Maybe. But
So
anyway,
the interference might be my fault because I was missing with the SMBC earlier.
Oh yeah, that's right.
several shots, a big series of strikes there from Merrick. Oh, dodged that big kick in the head.
Oh!
Ezra's takedown.
As we're going to Erza going to the top rope. And a moonsault. Over the cover here. One, two.
Kick out at 2.
Which one thing I have noticed, you see, most of the wrestlers from WDW do not seem to have the metal accessories of the WPW ones.
The what now?
Many of the WPW wrestlers tend to have metal pieces on their gloves or boots to increase impact. I haven't seen that a lot on the WPW folks.
Well, they usually keep it simple. Plus, they rely mostly on their own skill rather than metallic help. But
Merrick's got a
speaking of
sledgehammer.
help, right on the arm.
Driving the hand.
Oh, that was a bad landing.
Merrick dragging Erza to the ropes here.
Several knees to the head.
Ugh, coupled with those knee pads Merrick's got on, that is not fun. Cannot be fun, I should say. Now Merrick going back to the sledgehammer. Don't blame. I mean, hey, anything goes in this match.
A quick kick launches the sledgehammer away. Now Erza looking to take a turn. Oh, right to the gut.
Oh, Merrick just barely dodging out of the way.
But keeping in mind these sledgehammers are not meant as weapons, if you miss, that is hand.
Oh! Power bomb to the outside by Merrick.
Good lord.
Oh dear. What's he? Oh, I thought he was going for another weapon here, but no, going back in, grabbing the sledgehammer, and another hit to the gut.
Yeah, just land. Stop landing on the sledgehammer, Erza. Oh,
I'm letting him sit down.
tilt a whirl.
Standing shooting star press. Followed by another penalty kick to the spine of Merrick.
Good lord! A running senton.
Get some more video hiccups here. Alright, we are back. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Things not do good here in the area. But regardless, it looks like we're back in action now. Big backbreaker.
Yep. Big kick, now a series of strikes from Erza.
A drop kick to the outside.
I'm not sure Erza wants to be on the outside of the ring with Merrick, however, with the size difference.
Erza going to pick up that hammer. If it ain't broke, keep using it.
Yeah. Oh, it looked like a super punch there by Merrick.
Landing flush on the chin.
Oh, going for... Now he's got a steel chair. Oh!
Oh. I've been hit with a steel chair before, multiple times. It's not fun.
I wouldn't say I haven't been hit by a steel chair, but chunks of stone pillar. Series of slaps to the chest and ooh, a wonderful kick to the head.
Oh, went for that. Tried to go for that float over DDT, but Erza, you see, I saw the typo, and now I'm just messing it up now.
It's alright. It took us all some getting used to. Kick out at 2.
Oh, the spear! Oh my goodness, at that close a distance by Erza. 2, 3.
And your winner, Eldrazi. Is there a reason why he looks like a discount hot topic individual?
Discount Hot Topic runs in the family, I guess.
Have you seen Theron Eldrazi?
I may or may not have seen him once or twice. Doesn't he wear more ring?
Sometimes. Erza turning the hunter into the hunted.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, but that is another win here for WDW.
Erza, I believe, remaining undefeated so far.
Oh, you also have an undefeated person, I see.
Yeah. As far as I know, he hasn't lost a match yet.
Obviously, one member on our roster being Haruka Daisuke, the Oni of Matsumoto. He's also been on quite the winning streak. It'd be hopefully whenever we get the licensing issues figured out, in legal stuff, so it'd be nice to possibly see a dream match between those two, wouldn't you say? Possibly, maybe?
Maybe.
But, oh man, tonight has just been absolutely crazy, I will say. We've only been 3 matches deep, and we're about to head up for our 4th here of the night. And if I recall correctly, we're in some trios tag team action. So I'd say buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. We got the 3. We got 3 members of WPW going up against 3 members of WDW. So, you know what, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's just go ahead, take you guys on the ringside and for this colossal match. The phone contest is a 6-man tag team match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 275 pounds, he is the Beast, Fenrir. And yes, this is the Fenrir.
Please tell me he hasn't eaten the moon. Where's the sun?
Good side recently.
If Fenrir, I think if Fenrir eats the moon, we all die. I think that's how Ragnarok's supposed to go. Or at least that's how it's supposed to start off.
I mean, if we all die, I'll get over it eventually.
How do you know what? I'm not gonna question it, but this man has been with WPW since the very beginning. This, I don't even know where to begin with this. He teamed up at one point with the primals of WPW, with Titan and Ifrit, and not only that, but back, I want to say November last year, there was a vicious attack on Sergeant Major Payne and Uzra backstage, and seemed like the Legend Incarnate Beowulf was the one who started the attack, and we found out that the lady who attacked Uzra was in fact the goddess Hell. You might remember her from Worlds Collide. But we found out recently that it was Fenrir who pulled those attacks.
Fenrir, of course, being one of WPW's more vicious fighters as well, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yes. Oh boy. And introducing his partner, weighing in at 285 pounds, hailing from the frozen north, Arctic Mantis.
Arctic Mantis being one of our more hefty horses, as it were, and an excellent hunter from what I've gathered of his record.
Yeah, and that helmet he wears is not necessarily it's actually a skull from a beast that his clan has hunted. It's a family heirloom, apparently.
Kind of looks like one of those riders that C keeps going on about.
And Vega, I think you could do the honors here. Vega?
And coming down to the ring, standing at almost 7 feet tall, 397 pounds, Anaj of the Mountain, Arandash.
This is one of the new competitors we got from BGF. And here we are in his gladiator getup.
Oh, this brings back good memories from a couple hundred years ago.
Oh boy, he's here. On his way down, the warlord of the wasteland, Ravage.
Quite, not a hefty and quite dangerous looking fellow.
Very much so, yes. Also very angry.
Sorry for my delay there, by the way. I was reminiscing a little bit. Last time I saw that Alma, he sent somebody through the roof.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Anaj is big, but he's very, very, very athletic.
I believe there's a name for that. I believe it's a house for that.
Possibly. I'm still getting used to all these variations on Hoss. Anaj usually works in a trio, actually, with two other inmates.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chain Revenant Judgement. Each link in that chain is a solo soldier fallen in battle.
And so wait, does he collect chains, or do they just appear on him like all willy-nilly?
The souls, he's an amalgamation of souls of fallen soldiers in a representation of the chain.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I'm trying to find a way to simplify it, and that's the best I can do.
So here's a very obvious question: does that only wrap around his head, or is that wrapped around his entire body? We just can't see it.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have to get a resurrectionist on him to find out exactly for you, JTV.
If you do that, that's going to be a lot of people filling up the ring. Oh, he's here too. Wonderful. Oh, crap. Ladies and gentlemen, Tyson Slaughter. He is a disturbed individual. Oh, and he doesn't have his mask on. Even better.
What does his mask usually look like?
It's gas mask, but it's also usually something that keeps him from going absolutely ballistic.
I mean, ballistic is what we're looking for, yeah?
Sure.
So the wonderful irony in this is he usually has a mask on him to keep from going ballistic. And Anaj keeps his off to keep from going ballistic.
Oh boy, Tyson and Anaj are going to get along just fine.
Oh,
speaking of...
boy, we're kicking things up with Fenrir and Ravage. And as
with repeated elbows in the corner.
As I said earlier, we made sure that the ring was double, triple, maybe even quadruple reinforced because of something like this. I believe the phrase is "big meaty men slapping meat."
I believe we have little better than a ton of muscle mass in the ring right now. Although with Revenant, I don't know if I would call it muscle mass.
No, but he weighs enough to be considered a hoss.
I must have missed it. It looks like Arctic was tagged in. And it sounds like there's more action happening on the outside of the ring between Judgement and Fenrir.
I'm not surprised, honestly. They're both very fighty individuals.
what's even funnier is the most fighty of the individuals is actually on the apron. At least for WDW's side. I don't know if WTPW is the same, but
I've seen Anaj in action. Like, yeah, I imagine if Tyson and Anaj got into the ring, get in the ring at all during this match, it's gonna be quite hectic.
Mantis with that discus punch and then tagging in Anaj. Speaking of,
You know, when he's not wearing his gladiatorial getup, he's actually a very dapper looking dude. Oh, you know what? I spoke,
no.
and we are gonna receive.
Yep. I'm planting Ravage
He's
for
immediately going to work on everyone he can get his hands on. Wonderful.
Tyson Slaughter, former World Heavyweight Championship #1 contender, losing to Asmodeus, the Plague Bearer, who had it at the time. Just embracing his demons, just going to work. Over tags him, Judgement.
Interesting thing about this match here is that Anaj is actually teaming up with the person that he debuted against in WPW, which was Arctic Mantis. And that match ended with Anaj punching Arctic in the head so hard on the outside of the ring that it knocked him out and the match ended in a count-out victory.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, and Anaj, not only big, not only is he fast, but he is also scary, which, I mean, you know, a lot of these people are scary. Well, looks like both Arctic and Fenrir want the hot tag, and Anaj going for Arctic, seeming to be the closest of the two.
Oh, catching the punch into a DDT. Tyson tagged back in. Also, I'm glad that this is not a no DQ match. He likes to tenderize things with objects. A lot.
I mean, something tells me that all 6 of these competitors are in the same boat.
Judgement, not as much. Although, if anyone can compare to Tyson on World Domination, oh boy.
Here you have Fenrir back in the ring. Snake Eyes to Tyson on that top turnbuckle.
Bursting all the body weight down on the collarbone, hoping to get some response. I'm taking both knees to the sternum.
Kind of cutting a jig there. Oh boy, taking him into that corner. Oh, but Tyson reversing. Oh my goodness!
Good Lord.
And Tyson getting the hot tag on a Ravage. Fenrir, though, Tanta bodied, I think. Oh my god, what in the world? Oh!
Stomping his head into the mat.
It looked like for a minute there Ravage was setting up for some form of Texas cloverleaf.
Fenrir looking to try to get a tag before he's put into this wonderful leg stretch.
I spoke and we saw, but Arctic, though, right there to break it up.
And a rope break, stopping the pin. Now going for the pin again.
Another kick out at 1.
I don't think that was even 1.
Fenrir, of course, being a very durable individual.
I mean, yeah, he's a wolf. Not. Oh, and Thor's anvil right onto Ravage. But, oh, Tyson right there to break up the pin, and Anaj taking exception to that. Taking oh my god, Anaj taking a lot of exception. And Arctic joining in!
And then not.
Alright, it looks like Judgment's over there too.
I think Judgement was going over to stand by his tag partner. Oh! Lifting knee strike, catching him flush in the chin. Tyson staring down at Fenrir before heading back up the apron.
Oh my, is he gonna get it up? He's got the chained wolf locked in onto Ravage.
A big kick to Judgment. Tyson sneaking in though, not able to break it up, but
Jesus.
A little bit of chaos in the ring. Wonderful.
Ravage was able to use his own body weight to lift himself up. Now trying to go after Arctic Manus, who he saw tag himself in. Oh, catching Fenrir. Oh, he gets caught himself. Slamming him down.
Jack, what are your thoughts?
Sorry?
I was gonna say, Jack, what are your thoughts so far in this matchup?
When Pandemonium breaks out, it is carnage, and that's always good.
That is true.
Judgment tagged in here. The cohesiveness on all of these teams is surprising, given especially the ones from WDW. They're working surprisingly well together.
With Anaj coming from, with his background from Marathon Gladiatorial, Anaj was a squads specialist. He was both the front line and the artillery shell.
I see. Slamming him down.
I mean, it's so hard, it almost cut the entire video feed altogether.
No, slamming him down. I think that was the... I don't remember what that was called. Oh, kick out of 2.
Ravage.
With a little bit of friendly fire between the WDW folks.
Friendly fire is a relative term.
There we have Anaj tagged in now. DDT to Judgment.
Lord.
Yeah, as I said, this man is very athletic, and we're about to see more of that. Flying off the top rope, almost hit the coup de grace.
Nearly going under.
I'm sorry.
Springboard moonsault.
Oh, that is very concerning.
I suppose now would be a good time to tell both of you that Anaj is usually backed up by Lumamanters, spellcasters that use wind for magic purpose.
Uh-huh. Oh. Oh, powering him up.
Oh, the power
Slamming him
slam.
down.
And for the cover here.
Well, Ravage right there.
And Anaj taking exception, as he should.
Oh,
Buster.
oh man, that made me. Whew. Maybe a
And
little
that
bit.
big right hand that ended the match with Arctic Man just connecting with Judgment. And it looks like, yes, under the mountain. 2-1.
Oof.
Close.
Tyson just in the nick of time to make the breakout and whipping Tyson over Arctic.
That was some terrifying strength.
Arctic taking exception and deciding to slam down Tyson of his own volition.
Almost hitting him up against those steel steps.
Judgement dropping Anaj almost 9 feet onto his backhand.
Arctic with that running power slam to Tyson out there. And a big foot.
Big boot to the head.
What? He's not wearing boots.
I know, it's just what the thing's called.
To be fair, I struggle with this because you'll get axe chops with swords. It's all quite confusing some days.
Wait.
Anaj tugging Fenrir back in.
Tyson finally able to make it back to his corner.
And I can't tell if that's just a scar or if Tyson's bleeding.
Where?
By the eye? No,
I think yeah, pretty sure it's part of a scar.
Okay.
Cameraman doing great work here.
Hostile corner.
Yeah, our cameramen do such a great job. Oh my god, here we go though. So punch him.
WDW has drawn blood.
Strike first, draw blood, I believe is what you call it.
Yes.
Sharpshooter applied but broken up by Mantis.
I think that Tyson just seems to be staring down at Fenrir. He smells that blood.
Referee yelling at Arctic to get back into his corner.
Arctic
Arctic
trying,
doing
but
the
being
thing
blocked by
instead
the
before
referee.
popping out on the other side. Judgment tag back in.
Oh, but and Thor's anvil. Oh, but it looks like Ravage getting into the ring broke up the pin.
I mean, getting stepped on by someone that large is not fun.
Not fun for most people, but fun for others.
We won't get into that right now. That's a
Big
different type
right
of
hand.
viewing.
Wait, no, that was a left hand. Oh, but a right there from Fenrir. Now big clipping blows interrupted by Judgment.
Oh
Into
my
the corner.
god. Oh, what do... No, wait a minute. No, what?
And a
Yep.
flying crossbody from across the ring into Fenrir's chest.
Good god.
Yep, that sounds about right.
I mean, people are weapons.
Sure.
Oh, here we go. Fenrir setting Tyson up. Will he get... Gungnir connects. 1, 2, but a kick out at 2 as Judgment breaks up the pin.
Judgment being the saving grace for WDW at this point in time.
Tag into Mantis.
Immediately setting to work, stomping marches.
Arctic going to the top rope. Oh!
I was he was about ready to interfere, but Mantis being too quick. Tyson, not sure where to go, but unfortunately gets countered.
Tyson might be a little confused from all the hits to the head at this point.
He's either confused or very much enraged.
I think it's both. There is blood on the mat now. Tends to be drawn to that. Ooh, and a kick to the head. Hey,
Judgment
no,
with
you
a hangman's
Sorry?
choke of some sort.
Now go for a cover.
One.
Kick out at one.
Kick out at one this late into the match. These men just won't stop.
Going for it again. Stomping him down.
Now going for the pin. One. But Fenrir right there to break it up. Oh, when Judgement unknowingly whipping Fenrir into Ravage.
Ravage going for a spin.
We're slapping Fenrir upside the head. No! Going for a suplex, but gets countered. Boom! And it's tagged in.
But keep in mind, even more so in a 3-man match, it is not wise to let your opponent recuperate.
Ravage dragging Arctic into the middle. Oh, but inside cradle! Arctic got him in, too! But a kick out at 2.
Judgement able to break up the pin. Nope. It's caught by Manus. Oh, and a big clubbing blow.
Mantis taking more than a little exception to that pin break. Unfortunately, that might not be the best thing.
The big chop. And it's getting up quickly, knowing he was about to be set up for a pin.
A belly to belly there by Ravage.
And locking in that sharpshooter.
He gets kicked in the shoulder. Going for a pin. 1, 2. Kick out at 2. Tyson's tripping over himself, trying to hit Fenrir.
Oh my goodness, that was a devastating suplex there.
I think that was the half note.
Looking to run out of a little bit of steam at the moment, hoping to recover.
Judgement, slamming Arctic down, now going for the cover. 1, but Fenrir right there to break it up.
He's going to do something to Ravage, but nope. Counters Judgement instead.
Fenrir not taking shit from these competitors.
I'm just squeezing down on the head.
Almost cracking that monster skull there he's got. Oh, yeah, I think I've gotten confirmation of this. I believe that skull Arctic wears is from some type of bug, which would make sense given the name, but like, what bug has a skull that big?
I didn't even know that was a skull. I thought it was the helmet.
No, that's a skull from a monster that his family hunted.
Lord. No! Powerbomb countered.
It acts as a helmet, and it's a very strong helmet. And Fenrir looking for a third Thor's Anvil onto Judgement. 1, but Ravage right there to break it up. And Anaj right there, though. Oh.
Sending Ravage in the far corner.
Looks like Ravage heading back to his corner. A drop kick to the face by Judgement to Fenrir.
Ravage being saved from being thrown outside the ring by Judgement. The vicious elbow to Fenrir. in comes Anaj.
There's with a vicious suplex there.
Oh, and it looks like it's Ravage's turn under the mountain.
But no, oh! Judgement, though, not able to get him in time, but even then, Ravage able to dodge out of the way.
Now, forcing him back to the ground for stomping on the arm.
Once again, lucky in that sharpshooter, but it looks like Anaj was just able to get to the ropes.
A lot of damage was done to his legs. That could have been it. Slapping him across the head.
No one ever claimed that Ravage was very respectful of the ring.
Oh, that's a driver.
Anaj into the WDW corner. And the second, and will he go for a third?
Oh dear.
Going with his agility choke.
God, nearly 400 pounds of man weight that he just lifted up.
Don't say those words again, please, JT.
I'll add that to the notes.
Anaj wrenching on the arm of Ravage.
Wait, what's the note about?
Oh, and Nash has not Nash, but Vega has requested I no longer say man weight.
Right.
Oh, Kamagoye though by Fenrir. Over a second one, boom!
At this point, just trying to knock out Ravage.
Honestly, can you blame him with how long this match has been going?
I'm pretty sure there's a robot somewhere begging for this to end. I think I can hear him now.
No, that's the EV announce team you're hearing.
Well, no, but I also swore I heard.
Oh,
hey.
and Mantis trap onto
And we
Ravage.
have another bleeder.
Broken up by Tyson.
Both Ravage and Fenrir at this point in time bleeding out.
Both Tyson and Ravage knocked out.
There's a chance to take advantage. Now might be it.
So they got Judgement to worry about, and it looks like now Tyson's back up to his feet.
Fenrir trying to bust open that wound on Ravage's head even farther.
You see Fenrir noticed a couple, like Tyson came back into the ring very briefly, but Fenrir quickly dropping what he's doing. Making sure Tyson doesn't do anything suspicious, which I mean, I don't know. Suspicious things are going to be happening.
It is these guys.
Yeah, given that, you know, with Fenrir, it makes sense, given that he is the son of the god of trickery, Loki, so... And also the son of a frost giant, so yeah, that's...
I gotta have that one.
Speaking of frost giants, in comes Ultima for an immediate...
Oh, wait, hold on, going for a leverage pin there, wait, what? What?
And your winners, WPW, with Anaj, Arctic Mantis, and Fenrir.
That never works!
Tyson thought that it was broken up when Anaj ran into the legs.
He's got stretchy legs then, Arctic does.
Oh no, the rope went with him.
That is tension steel cables, so the fact that it wet means he has very good leg strength.
Either way.
Team WPW.
Go ahead.
I said Team WPW getting the first win for the brand.
Arctic Mantis is probably elated about this.
Oh boy, that was... I don't even know. That was one hell of a hoss. That was a hoss fight. That was one hell of a hoss fight.
That certainly was something.
Oh man, that I mean, what else can I say? Great showing from all 6 competitors in that tag team match. Oh my, the cohesion, the teamwork and everything was outstanding, to say the least.
Absolutely.
But man, competitors are quickly getting off the ramp and back to the backstage area so that the next 2 competitors can prepare for their next match. And you know, the vicious, the carnage, the chaos does not end, because we have next on our next, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a steel cage match of all things. So, I mean, we just keep the ball rolling. So let's go ahead and take you guys onto ringside for this next match. The following contest is a steel cage match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 210 pounds, she is the orcish lass, Zavalla Deathmarch.
That's an orc.
Yes, it is.
Oh boy, this is gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna hurt, because we not only have 2 pretty devastating competitors from both brands, but there's also a steel cage match, so it's gonna be devastating either way. But I should also add to the fact that this particular steel cage match, there is no escape. The only way to win is via pinfall or submission.
That's good, because last time there was a steel cage where skates were allowed, it ended in under a minute. I think it was under a minute. But anyways.
Get some video hiccups.
Sorry, I'm quizzing puzzles trying to get everything balanced properly after that last match.
Oh no! Oh, okay then.
Some more video. I mean,
Ladies and gentlemen, V.
well, what does V stand for?
Vendetta, usually.
It's just V. There's no real name for it. But so my boss, Mr. Calypso, has a line of robots that tend to act as enforcers, and yeah, this is one of them.
As long as it's not a green, I'm happy. Wait, you said robot, yes? One of those fancy electric golems?
Kinda. It has more sentience.
Vega, you were discussing the lack of metal. V here is, 85% metal?
No, 100. Or at least I think 100.
I mean, I would imagine 99.9% because there's got to be wiring in there, yeah?
That is true, but she's also 100% ow.
I might have to speak to Calypso about getting myself a couple of these robots then.
Well, you got a large wallet.
I run an entire city for my day
Oh,
job.
we're getting some video hiccups.
And meanwhile, I'm being told she's an android.
And so she has more flesh to her than expected. Understood.
Yeah. Go ahead and find it on the way.
Yeah, because obviously the big misconception with androids and cyborgs is that androids are meant to look like humans. Cyborgs are just humans with cybernetic parts.
Yeah, the cyborg's what she is then. Oh dear.
Wait,
Yeah.
so she was once human?
I would answer that question if it wasn't for the fact I was told to keep it classified.
Understandable. See if things can get it clear up here. Okay, here we go. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. It's quite crazy over here. The traffic is just too much.
Traffic, the arcane storm.
Yeah. Oh, spinebuster there though by V.
Which I think by definition somebody wearing glasses technically classifies as an animal.
Zavalla just biting at the cybernetic fingers.
Ooh, we're missing that top rope drop.
But either way,
Oh dear. Oh, that is pure metal dropping on top of flesh. Yeah, no. I mean, I would imagine orc skin is probably tougher. So Zavalla could probably take it, honestly.
I mean, probably depends on how many fights she's been in.
Also depends on what sort of orc she is.
That is true. Some
She's
more.
a green one.
We're gonna go ahead and park that one. We're gonna file that one away for later. There's some things I've had to learn when becoming the head of talent relations. Trust me.
I'm presuming one of them is don't ask somebody why they're green.
Yeah. Especially if, they're called a war boss. And really like to fight things.
Oh dear.
Need driving several right hands and
Oh my god.
Yeah.
V slamming Zavalla straight into that steel cage. Getting her back up to her feet now.
There's some strikes. Big chop now, just pulling on the leg. Trying to disassemble the cyborg.
V missing that kick. Zavalla draping V against the ropes. Hammering in those forearm shots to the lower back.
Now,
Zavalla showing off her strength here before dropping V down to the mat.
I think V's like 400 something pounds.
I wouldn't be surprised if she's that much, if she has that much metal.
Went for the senton, but got the knees.
I mean, I think the most obvious question is what metal is she made out of? Steel, iron, tungsten?
Yes.
I believe as far as Zavalla is concerned right now, the hard type.
I didn't ask what exactly she was made out of. I'm also pretty sure it's classified.
Understandable.
Again, as long as V is not a Grim, I'm perfectly fine with this.
No, V's cyborg.
No Grimbots here.
The splash there by V. 2. Kick out at 2.
Zavalla able to hold on. Now just pulling away on the arm. Went for a knee, but Zavalla sliding out of the way.
Oh, clothesline. Another clothesline by Zavalla. Could be looking for a third. Oh, right into the corner. And a fourth. And a kip up.
Zavalla seems to be picking up steam against our local cyborg.
But a kick out at 2.
And up to the middle rope. A splash off there.
Not just deadlifting, the 400-something pound cyborg.
Zavalla showing the exceptional strength of orcs to the rest of us.
Oh, I think the obvious question right now, and everyone's mind is, how much more green can this match get? I think. I mean, I was gonna say the answer is none, but that also works.
I mean, we could have painted the mat and the ropes and the cage.
Do you want to blind people?
Yes.
No, but you did ask how we could make it greener. Just.
I mean, I could call. I mean, if you really wanted me to, I could call in a certain Big Papa here, but I don't think we want that.
No, but I think a certain war boss we have might appreciate it.
Possibly.
The guy's always looking for a fight. Tried to throw a card at me.
Shame you missed.
Yeah.
V here, lifting up Zavalla.
Being here with that Kamagoye. Another one.
Beautiful splash onto his mouth.
Oh, again that knee.
A follow-away slam by Zavalla.
Again, moves these up in time. Beautiful.
A big right hook there by V to Zavalla, slamming the knee down.
It's slamming her down. Floating over to the front, now driving the knees into the head.
V looking to knock in a few teeth for later by the looks of it. I would say she seems to be a trophy hunter, but I'm not sure how you stance that for WDW and the pin. Kick out at 2.
So close, but kick out at 2 and a big lariat.
Zavalla just tossing V like a sack of potatoes.
Oh, getting kicked in the head by V. Oh, blocks that kick though. Another kick blocked.
Zavalla sits in the corner.
Went for a kick, gets elbowed in the head. We're tossing in the corner.
Zavalla seemingly trying to crack that brain case.
You know, it's a good thing that our world champion Nicholas Northstorm isn't out here, because he okay, so he's a net runner, right? So he's got stuff that basically lets him hack things at a distance using basically his mind, to put it simply.
This is why we have them in a steel cage right now, JTB.
Yes.
I'm pretty
Obviously,
sure Mr. Calypso has counters for things like that.
I'd imagine
Yes,
he would.
so do we.
Oh, and the Queen's, I believe that was the Queen's Gambit there by Zavalla, but a kick out at 2.
So close. That was a pretty high drop. She just, well, dropped her at.
Brought him up now, but Nicholas, obviously your main event of tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You have the world champions of both shows. You have Bulldog of WDW taking on Nicholas Northstorm of WPW in your main event. It's gonna be quite the match. Here we go, Zavalla just laying down the her onto V. And a DDT. Cranking the head a little bit there, but Zavalla powering through.
Actually using the direction her head was being cranked in to move herself around.
And Snake Eyes to the middle. Or not to the middle, to the turnbuckle.
V looking a little bit dazed.
Oh, dropping the knee on the... Or, sorry, dropping the elbow on the knee.
And into that modified camel clutch in the corner. Let's see if Zavalla can pull this and keep the hold.
Zavalla, obviously, member of a trios tag team, which features two ladies that are not on the show tonight. You have her partners of Superka the Wastelander and Uzra, the other half of the Marauders, with Merrick.
Go for cover. Kick out at 2.
So close.
Actually, those 3 ladies took on a tag team we're actually going to be seeing in the next match here. After this one, there's going to be more trios tag team action.
Run.
There we go. The Queen's March. 2, 3.
That
And
double.
your winner, Zavalla Deathmarch.
That'd be another win for WPW, his second one here. Steel cage matches, not the kind of match you want to take lightly. I think it's clear that both of these ladies did exactly that. They prepared well, and they did it. Sorry for the little bit of anticlimactic note there, but hey.
I mean, they used to help get themselves up and get some distance.
Yeah.
And they threw each other against it, so they were engaged at the very least.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our 5th matchup of the night. We're Gonna be getting ready now for our next trios tag team match. Oh God,
Are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just I do. Normally I do 2-hour shows, but 15 matches. This is gonna be. We're only 5 matches in. We got 10 more matches to go.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. You got this.
But you know what? Let's go ahead and take things back down to ringside. Get ready for our next. Get ready for some more tag team action. I believe you gents can introduce me to these three competitors here.
Yep, these from left to right. Oh Lord, I'm sorry. Why are there my notes everywhere? What is happening? Sorry. Anyways, Harumi Ishida, Piper Hudson, and Cassidy Cannon, the undeniable Era. In fact, Harumi and Piper were actually our first ever World Domination Wrestling female tag team champions.
I had to do a double take for a minute there because Harumi was reminding me of another person that we have on our roster.
Oh, that's fun.
Doppelgangers can provide very entertaining scenarios.
Yeah. And introducing their opponents. The team up of Calamity, Hijinks, and Disaster, the Luchaquinns.
I think one of these three threw a pair of shoes at me.
That would be Hijinks. She is the owner of the shoe brand Thrills Kicks. I'm wearing a pair right now, actually. You should get them. They're quite comfy.
I'll probably get the ones that she threw at me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are any of these three clowns by any chance?
No, they are street performers.
Is there a difference?
Yes, there is, surprisingly enough, and I don't think we want I don't think we want certain entities coming into the. Yeah, anyway.
You say that like clowns are a type of virus.
I don't want to think about these things.
Me
I
neither.
don't know what the pinatas are filled with.
I'll talk to a resurrectionist after the match. We'll see what I can't get whipped up just for you.
No.
Here we go. We have Harumi and Calamity starting things off. Oh, swinging neck breaker there. And Harumi tagging in Cassidy. Now Calamity tagging in Hijinks.
Nice Northern Lights. A drop kick to the back.
A modified camel clutch locked in onto Cassidy.
Over a big high kick.
Oh, and I realized Cassidy is also wearing high heels, so that is not fun.
High-heeled cowboy boots. Who knows? Who knows why?
Look like they're also made out of snake skin.
Oh, they are.
We have hijinks tagging in Disaster.
Calvin, our serpent friend, isn't booked today, is he?
Who?
Order.
Hang on, let me take another look. Does not look it, no.
Good, but he won't be awfully offended.
I mean, I imagine he's probably watching the show. And he might still be offended depending on where he's watching it from.
We'll be... I'm sure I'll get a very firmly worded letter about this.
Oh, hijinks slamming, I think that's Piper, yeah?
Yes.
Yep, Piper Hudson.
Slamming Piper's head into that turnbuckle here, and oh, cartwheel! Dropping on top of her.
Yes, Piper Hudson actually trained by two of our more premier members of our roster. Actually ended up fighting one of them to graduate.
Oh, wow, hijinks with that split leg moonsault.
One of them tonight there looking to get a hot tag in, hopefully. But unfortunately, their one in the ring is too far away.
Now, I believe this is Disaster?
Yep, Disaster. Immediately out of the gate with... Tried to go for two shooting star presses, but Piper had the knees up for the second one. And also, don't mind the honking. The hijinks brings a horn with her.
We've already confiscated about 200 of them off of her today alone.
I think you missed one.
Apparently.
I mean, it's a nice distraction.
Piper clearly taking offense to all the honking and just slamming her down on the mat.
Now going after Disaster, which I don't think was the legal woman in the match. I think it's just hijinks and Piper right now.
I think that was Disaster and Piper.
You know what? Yeah, I stand corrected.
Yes, no, there was a lot of honking going on, so I don't blame you for being distracted.
Does she honk every second she's in a match?
Oh, as far as I can tell, it's a form of communication.
Wait, what just happened?
I think oh here. I'm getting
Hijinks and Calamity is what happened. The definitions, not the people.
I think Disaster was going for some kind of springboard move, but
Oh my!
Calamity got in the way.
Much than the leg there of Disaster, and a drop kick to follow through.
Piper trying to squeeze by to make a tag, but Disaster's just stopping her from moving forward.
There's Fisherman.
Chain wrestling? What is this?
Piper is big on the fundamentals of wrestling.
Hey, you know what? Hey, props to her, but here we go. Harumi now tagged in.
Several strikes there by Disaster.
And a power bomb
Good lord!
off the apron.
Oh, there's a head scissors takedown.
Apparently a horn wasn't the only thing Hijinks had. She's handing out coupons for any lucky members of the audience who want to get a pair of Thrills kicks.
Surprised she isn't throwing shoes.
We confiscated those.
Yeah,
They also don't fit in her pockets.
you don't want to injure the audience members.
I wasn't saying that she was throwing them at speed. Let's be fair now. Russian leg sweep there by Harumi. Now
A disaster.
tagging Piper back in.
Getting the hot tag on for Hijinks.
Penalty kick to the back. Oh. Gets caught in a corkscrew takedown. Oh Lord, the Hawkins back.
Oh, here we go. Bridging suplex there. Oh, went for the pin attempt, but kick out at 1.
Now Calamity in, right?
Yep, Calamity.
Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Yeah, you see it's the colors. They help.
They're coordinated.
And also they did us the service of labeling themselves on their jackets.
But unfortunately, their hard camera is not doing us any favors in trying to figure that out. Harumi back in.
Don't worry, there's a reason why the hard cam is always paid minimum wage.
We pay the hot cam?
You don't?
No.
Anyway,
I just assumed that's why I had the vending machine coin slot.
Wait, it has a vending machine coin slot?
back to the match. Oh my goodness, big boot to the face by Harumi. Okay, you know what who she reminds me of now? Because as I said, I had to do a double take for a minute. She looks strikingly similar to our Synthwave champion Hana Matsumoto.
Huh.
Which, by the way, we will be seeing Hana Matsumoto later on tonight. Here we go, springboard moonsault by Cassidy. Went for the cover, but a kick out just as Disaster was able to break up the pin.
But Harumi now throwing
That would be Disaster.
Disaster. Yep. Still kind of in the foot.
I mean, arguably, hot pink is a disastrous color to wear.
Please don't let her hear you saying that. I'm going to have to dodge shoes again.
Cascade Cannons with a series of strikes sends hijinks to the ground.
Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that a lot of the competitors were outside of the ring.
Quick thrust kick. 1, 2. Kick out at 2. Disaster sliding in, then sliding back out again. Oh, the kick to the head. I think Piper's going after. Oh.
Big kick to the back of the head there. Looks like Calamity and Harumi are duking it out on the outside of the ring.
That's smart.
Well, I did see somebody's head at the edge of the mat.
It is a smart strategy. The less people you have interfering, the higher your chances of success. Disaster stepping on Cassidy to break up the pin.
Now tagging in Piper.
Piper going up top.
Pirate District.
Oh, big moonsault. Going for the pin. 2, 3.
And your winners, the undeniable Era. I'm looking at the log for the SMBC and it's saying something about walking a bunch of supernatural birds.
Wait, the SMBC?
PC. The supernatural, magical, and psionic containment.
Ah.
We've been over this.
And something about magical birds? Huh.
Yes.
I mean, the only one I mean, Garuda isn't exactly a bird. She's a, she's basically an embodiment of wind and air. And obviously, our Avian announce team is very much biased.
Can't imagine why.
Well, that's besides the point. That was quite the match between all 6 of those competitors. Amazing showing of undeniable Era and the Luchaquinns.
Now, I've been asked to step out for this one because someone else was to come in. So I'll join you in the next match.
Wait, what? Hold on, huh?
So
Calvin, while you're out, could you go get me some dipping dots?
Oh, Jesus.
in here? Oh, sweet. Hey, guys. Hello.
Hello there.
Hey, you can call me the Sand.
Sandman? Okay.
Yep. Trust me, the reason I'm in here will make sense.
Okay, then.
Why do I recognize you from somewhere?
Because I've been in lots of places.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, you get used to it. Anyways, yeah, so JBJ, Jack Action, and you are?
JTB.
So JTB, right, sorry. Why did I speak of JBJ? Fuck. I have mixed up my people, Jesus Christ. This is what happens when you're a veteran of the wrestling scene. Jesus. Anyways, JTB, yes?
Yes.
Cool. JTB, Jack Action, and who are you?
Vega Fornishi.
Right. So, this next match is going to be an interesting. I'm calling it the Alliance match.
Alliance? Wait, hold on. I gotta check my notes here. Huh. I mean, well, I guess we just go down to ringside then. Get ready for this. Get ready for this matchup here.
Yep.
All right. The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 288 pounds, he is the 4th Horseman, Minuano.
Wordsprado himself looking exceptionally colorful.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, did he kill a rainbow and wear its skin?
Not out of the realm of possibility.
I've seen Stranger Things.
I hate how right that is. Jesus.
I've had interviews with this man, and also I should mention he is one half of the tag team Guns and Glory with him and Sergeant Major Payne. But this man is, I mean, you could probably guess by the get-up, he is a desperado. This man has basically been haunted by the ghosts of his former mates after, I guess, a bank robbery went horribly awry.
Good.
So,
I mean, how the hell does the bank robbery go awry with a dude this gigantic? You probably bench press the vault.
Honestly, he probably could. But yeah, I don't know. But you know, I think it's I should probably mention that anytime he's out, the hashtag is happening right now. The hashtag of Widesperado is trending worldwide.
Yeah.
I've stopped asking which world it goes wide.
And this man, I believe I've seen going like trying to get an understanding of the WDW roster. This is a man named Credence.
Yep, Credence Ashwell. He is quite the extravagant motherfucker.
He's definitely a little bit show-offy.
Yeah, but he also can back up any boasts that he makes. Trust me, I've been in the ring with this guy. Probably would have beaten me clean if it wasn't for a certain little bastard who's also on the World Domination commentary team.
Oh, I forgot to mention this at the top of the hour, but I guess, Jack, one of your commentary partners, C4 tweeted out when Calvin left, "Calvin, for the love of God, stay away from the goddamn Dippin' Dots."
Oh, is that your other announcement? I noticed that come up on the call display.
Yes, C4 is a he's an interesting character, to say the least.
He's an interesting collection of characters. He's split personality disorder times 4, 5, 6, something like that.
I would imagine 4, given the name C4.
I think he's added to his collection. I'm not sure how.
So the name is a lie.
No, he's still
wait,
explosive.
hold on, what? I was given word that this was a normal one-on-one match. Who is this?
The reason why I'm here. This looks like a high priest of thunder, honestly.
Nope. Ladies and gentlemen, standing at 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 275 pounds, the War Horse.
The War Horse. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
You haven't convinced me that this is not a high priest of thunder yet.
He's not a high priest. He is the War Horse. He is basically a warlord. In fact, he's one half of the warlords alongside Ulgas, the Beast Lord. This man is a former Chaos Incarnate champion. Trucks wish they hit as hard as this guy does.
Why do I get the feeling Anaj is frothing at the mouth just looking at how beefy this dude is?
Because, it's the goddamn War Horse. Trust me, he'll take that over, another way that people have shown their appreciation for him. But yes, representing Yeet Elite Wrestling, which is why I'm calling this the Alliance match.
Oh, I see how it is. And you know what? You know what? This is fair. This is fair. This is fair. You know, Hell came in at Worlds Collide, and it's only fair that the same thing happens here. I'm not petty. I'm not jealous.
I mean, how can you not be jealous? Look at this majestic motherfucker.
I mean, yeah, look at that horse. He's just, it's amazing. But don't give it a lick. Anyway.
Hey. Yeah, but hey, just because he's in here doesn't mean he'll win.
I mean, at the end of the day, he does have Minuano to deal with. Minuano and Credence.
Yeah, I was actually about to say, don't sleep on Credence. Credence does hit pretty hard. Oh, and a head scissor takedown.
I'm sure people of the keen eye would notice that some of our like I said, our ring crew reinforces the ring every now and then, and you might be noticing some inconsistencies with the ring that they didn't have time to get the second set of ring stuff ready. Their primary concern was making sure the ring is reinforced for any and all house fights or multi-mans, and you know what? I do not blame them in the slightest.
Yeah.
Rough kick to the head.
Is
and now he's doing this for some reason.
What?
What is with tieflings and that particular move? I swear, every single tiefling I've seen does that.
Oh my god. Went for the pin up there, but Warhorse able to drop kick his way to break up the pin.
There's a backbreaker there by Credence. Credence on a roll.
Yeah, oh my god. Jesus.
Able to just choke slam.
And a choke slam, Minuano, Tonta bodied.
Once again, Credence backing it up.
Again, why does every tiefling in the wrestling business do that? I don't know if it's just me, if I'm just hallucinating, or what.
Great pussy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time.
Oh,
And the double team.
Russian.
Double Russian leg sweep.
Yeah. A little bit of a team up there from Minuano and Credence, but obviously very short-lived, as Credence just showing himself off to the crowd.
As he does. Again, very extravagant, man.
I could tell by the entrance. Warhorse to the middle rope, and a leg drop right across the neck.
And a penalty kick to the back. It seems Warhorse is not the only YEW member. Albedo's out in the front row and has a ticket.
Oh, good. That's somebody you know. I won't turn on the electric shock.
Yep, she's part of the roster. I believe she was one half of the YEW Purple Division tag champions. It's a whole thing, don't worry about it. Go!
Oh my god, Credence catching Minuano! Oh my goodness!
And that kick out at 2 by the White Sprado.
Warhorse not taking kindly to being thrown outside the ring by Credence.
Driving that knee into the hip of Credence.
Yeah, not taking too kindly, but then again, pissed off is his default state. Nope. Caught Credence's attempt to kick him in the head.
He's rolling out of the ring. German suplex there by Warhorse, followed up by a lariat.
Yeah, ripcord style.
In 1 count only.
Uh-oh. It might be time. Oh!
Oh, Minuano, oh my god! Countered with a power bomb. And Credence Tonta bodied.
I have a feeling we're going to be saying that a lot this match.
Yeah, then, hey.
Oh, the distraction opening Credence up to get in there.
DDT.
DDT. 1, 2. Kick out at 2. Now up into the corner.
Oh!
Yep.
Driving his skull into that steel post to wonderful effect.
I should clarify, though, those horns are part of the helmet. They are not part of his actual head.
I figured. Oh yeah, no, Credence has actual horns sticking out of the helmet that are attached to him. Keep in mind, he is tiefling.
Yeah.
There's that slam.
Minuano right there to break up the pin, though. A big lariat there.
Just clubbing Credence down.
Now locking in the Winds of Destruction onto Credence. Warhorse, though, able to break up the submission. Oh my god.
Giant clothesline.
Warhorse turned inside out.
And the 50 cal connects.
Good Jesus,
One.
that might be enough.
2. Ooh, but a kick out at 2.
Warhorse able to slip out. Serious strikes, big knee to the head.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure about this Warhorse fellow, but now I think I've been convinced that this man is not to be messed with.
No.
Neither is Credence, apparently, with that vicious side suplex and followed by a choke slam.
Honestly, Warhorse is reminding me of Crimswell the Arm Eater.
I'm pretty sure Warhorse hits harder.
Warhorse setting up here.
Now it's time.
Oh.
For the hook. Actually, I think it was the Stampede.
Well, if he was looking to try and get a pin, well, Minuano's right there. If Minuano doesn't... Well, no. Oh, Minuano almost cost himself that match.
He's going for Minuano, but saw Credence sneaking up. Dropped on the top rope. Whoop.
Ooh.
Spinning around and back.
Did he just dab on him?
Yes, he did.
That is not what I know a dab to be, but I'll take your word for it.
Alright, I don't see this often. But Minuano, Warhorse, yeet that tiefling.
Kick out at 2.
Looks like you might be getting your wish in a second.
Oh no, he's not going to yeet the tiefling. He's going to tenderize the tiefling.
I didn't have to ask you to not state those words in that order again.
I'll tell you what, though. You want to know what tiefling that you want to know what tiefling that doesn't do have to? I don't even want to question. But one tiefling I do know of that you can see on WPW Saturday Nights is the tiefling witch herself, Kalaya Eldrose.
Has Ifrit tried to have a conversation with her yet?
I don't know, and I don't think she wants to.
I mean, fair, but that won't stop him.
Won't stop him, but I mean, you know, tiefling witch, that kind of goes hand in hand. She has ways.
I'm just saying. Oh,
And a
Get out
flow to counter
vertical.
that.
German suplex to Minuano.
Or psyching himself up. Oh, counters Credence. Credence counters that punch. Into the corner. Oh, for fuck's sake.
What? Why did the camera have... Oh my goodness.
You see, this is why I don't pay the cameramen usually. They do stuff like this.
Look how deep that snout was, too. That. Oh boy.
That combined with the smile on Credence's face was very disturbing.
I don't know what's sadder, the fact that Credence has done that, or the fact that I'm so used to it. It's almost nothing.
You know
to
what?
me now.
That explain. Wait, so that does lead me to the question: is that body oil on Credence or something else?
I'm pretty sure it's just his shiny pants.
Ah. But Winds of Destruction locked. Oh, but Credence managing to get a foot on the ropes just before the tap was made.
Big kicks the gut, but doesn't even phase Minuano, who immediately clubs him down. But yeah, no, I think the shininess is just the fact that he's wearing latex, or not latex, spandex. That's the word I was looking for.
Hmm.
No! When the Thunder the Fourth pulls him down.
As I understand it, you guys have a latex-based tag team here?
Yeet Elite doesn't. World Domination does.
Yeah, I was mostly talking WDW.
I still hear the squeaks in my dreams. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, we do. Apex Latex is a member of our women's tag division. As well as their counterparts, Latex Larry and Mother Lenny, in the men's tag.
Is there alliterative?
Yeah, I like the alliteration there. Here we go. Oh, choke slam to Warhorse.
Yep, now part of me wonders if those Apex Latex people are all tieflings.
That's
all do the same damn thing as the tieflings in these fucking matches.
That's a question for another time, but here we go. Credence just wrenching the entire body of Minuano there off the ropes, followed up by a kick to the face.
Now back in the ring we go.
Warhorse getting back up to his feet now.
Credence was trying, but Warhorse with a series of strikes before getting countered.
Into the corner goes Warhorse. Both competitors of Minuano and Warhorse in the corner. Oh, Warhorse reverse. Oh, no, never mind. Minuano though. Oh my God, Credence ready for him. Whoa!
Not going for a pin on the Warhorse.
1, 2. Oh,
kick out at 2.
That was just barely a 3 count.
Warhorse working over the body of Credence. He's setting up for something big.
Another
There's a stampede again.
Warhorse not capitalizing on a pin. Minuano quickly getting back up to his feet.
Credence was underneath the rope. To be fair.
1. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the risk you take, but again, he was underneath the rope.
Yeah.
And the tiefling has been, I think the term is yoked.
No, but
Nope.
Minuano had also taken Warhorse to the outside. There are no countouts in this, ladies and gentlemen. No disqualifications.
Yep, and Jay got his wish, so it's already a good match in his eyes.
Absolutely.
If only someone would bleed.
I mean, chances are Credence is already bleeding, but we just don't see it.
Yeah, it's like wearing a red shirt or brown pants.
And in this case, I was gonna say, and in this case, it looks like Credence is both red and is also wearing brown pants,
which is hilarious.
So he's got all 2 of his bases set. Oh, hey, and there we go. Speaking of the devil.
Yep.
And we have blood.
Speaking of the devil, get it? I'm here all week.
Yep, I got it. Oh! He got that foot directly in his face. 1, 2, 3. That does it.
And your winner, the War Horse.
That's gonna make things interesting on the record. But there we have it. That was YEW's own War Horse.
Yep. Trust me, it takes some getting used to.
Have a
Yes.
drink, JTB, you need.
I just got a drink.
Very hard-hitting victory picked up by the Warhorse.
Yes, an outstanding triple threat match, though, by all three. Big triple threat house fight.
Yep, and also the cops earlier, they were not there for him, they were there for you.
Ah.
Yeah, like I said, pissed off is just his default state.
I can tell by the, like, almost red coloration of his eyes.
Well, this was fun, but now I gotta hop back out.
All right, well, you have a great rest of your night, Sandman. Thank you for stopping by.
You as well. Also, hey Minuano, how many volts can you bench press? Hit me up. No, I'd like
If
to
he
know.
asks that, I'll get it sent out to you.
All right, I'm back.
You're welcome back, Thomas.
Sorry?
Yeah, how are the Dippin' Dots?
Yes. You couldn't figure it out for yourselves. Here's one for you, one for you, one for you, Jack.
Hell yeah. You know, occasionally I'll have to head off the commentary booth during Showdown because there's always something with the Dippin' Dots. I never know what it is. We've had to increase security over at the Dippin' Dots stand like almost every week.
They're very popular.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you don't have to turn it into a Black Friday deal day just for some ice cream dots. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're right, but they still do it.
Oh, surprisingly good. I wasn't expecting them to be so colorful all this day.
Anywho, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I kind of forgot about it, but it is a little bit at that time, ladies and gentlemen. We do have to pay the bills and everything, so we're going to be playing a couple of adverts from our sponsors.
Start your day right with the clean, sweet spice of Brass Kettle Blend Turkish coffee. One of the day's best perks. Because nobody does coffee better than the Turks.
Put the pep in your step with Lucky Potion, a Did It Alchemy and Catering specialty product.
So, ladies and gentlemen, those are just two of our sponsors. Our other sponsors of the night, as always, we mentioned them earlier. For reinforcing our ring and getting us set up for tonight is Magitech Madness. Get your Magitech from Magitech Madness if you're on a wrestling promotion and or just need a little bit of you know, with some of the good mechanical work in your life. Check out Magitech Madness, and obviously I had to do a thing for them earlier, but we do have to do it again here today. We'd like to also thank our primary sponsor of WPW, as well as the sponsor of tonight's show, Arasaka Japan.
JTV,
Yes?
I've gotten that submission again for the ad.
No, I don't see. I already did the submission earlier. Did we get another one?
Yes, from those.
Oh, why? Why? No, take that. I thought we shredded the last one. Take it out of here.
That's why I'm telling you, it's a brand new one. I'm not sure how it got in here.
No, I don't want to. No, get it out of my face. No, I don't want to see it.
Yes, we have one more ad, lady.
Oh, from who this time?
What an alcoholic company surprise.
Oh.
Get yourself the cool, quenching, delicious multi-taste of Gothness Dark Ale. For your daily goodness, get Gothness, a Did It Alchemy and Catering multiversal product.
Oh,
I just believe from my notes here that that's all of them, so we can back on to the show, ladies and gentlemen. We are at about close to the halfway point of the show. But now we gotta get ready for our next matchup here. And man, it's gonna be quite interesting, to say the least. You'll see what I mean once we take you guys on the ringside for this next matchup.
Oh good, me and Jen's here. Do you want a drink?
The following contest is a singles match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 345 pounds, he is the leader of the Primals and is the Primal of Fire, Ifrit!
oh wow. That is a kind of large individual.
Yes, very large and also very scary.
He looks hot.
I mean, yeah.
God damn it.
I am honestly surprised for how many individuals in wrestling have horns. The opponents don't use the horns against them more often.
How do you think about using them in a match, though? Especially when you're trying to fend them off. Speaking of guys with horns, ladies and gentlemen, Ultima, Alatreon.
Ifrit versus Ultima. That very apropos.
Yep, and both are from, I don't know, Ifrit's just a primordial being. He's facing a dragon.
So we have two. We have two beings that are involved with fire. Things are gonna get heated, and also very, very chaotic because we have ourselves another hoss fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, another round of big meaty men slapping meat. Oh, Ultima using his own weight to throw Ifrit off balance.
Yeah, as with a lot of the primals, Ifrit is the basically physical embodiment of everything fire and brimstone.
Yep. As I said, Ultima's just a straight-up dragon. Beating out fire and flame. So this will be interesting.
You can safely say both of these competitors have been going through the fire and flames throughout the entirety of this match.
Yep, through the fire and the flames, they will carry on.
I'm going to have to ask, is this going to carry on?
I mean, the match, yes. The puns, probably not.
Good,
Maybe?
because they were starting to burn my britches.
Ah. You got big booed there by Ultima to Ifrit. Oh, springboard forearm.
Yep, surprisingly agile for a guy his size.
Here we go, modified camel clutch. Trying to take off the helmet there a little bit, but Ultima powering through. Even announce team, obviously, just a tad a little bit biased, given that Ifrit is also, given that another member of the Primals is the Primal of Wind and Air Garuda.
No, big knee drop.
Kick out at 2 though by Ifrit.
Ultima calling for it.
Oh.
Oh, Ifrit dodging it. Jay, if these two set the ring on fire, would it be considered an infernal match?
Yeah, actually it would be.
We did use a fire retardant. Unfortunately, apparently there's laws against using asbestos now.
Well, considering that asbestos tends to bring about a certain sickness, I can understand it.
Yeah, our avian announcer just absolutely going buck wild over this matchup here, and I'll blame him. This is quite the horny matchup we got here.
It is, as the kids would say, lit.
Yes.
Very much so.
Ultima getting fired up in the ring.
He's all fired up now. Heading back out, resetting the count.
A Russian leg sweep. Actually, no. I believe it was actually an FPO. Sorry.
And Ultima locking in Rings of Saturn on the outside. But as always with regular singles matches, no submissions or pin attempts can really be made on the outside of the ring.
Maybe not, but damage is still damage.
Yes, it is. Especially on the outside where there's basically no padding. Because even though there is padding, it's not really padding.
Nope, and from the only match I've had in World Domination, I can tell you, yeah, no, it's not fun.
Oh my god! Flipping over the top rope, landing on top of Ifrit.
Now just stomping away on him. What a big lifting knee strike. What a big clothesline.
Oh, now rear naked choke locked in onto Ifrit.
Trying to snuff out Ifrit's flames. But they will not go out so easy.
Basis of the fire triangle. Can't have fire without an oxidizer.
Oh, looked like Ultima was going for a big uppercut there, but Ifrit dodged out of the way. Now Irish whip to the outside.
You know, I can't help but feel that this is a twins match.
Oh my god. Ifrit catching Ultima with whatever it was he had planned, reversing it into a power bomb.
Trying to stomp out Ultima's fire there.
It's counter for counter, back and forth. Now a big boot there by Ifrit.
We're at the count of 6. At the count of 7, Ifrit getting Ultima back up to his feet. Headbutt ya.
Ultima throwing Ifrit back in.
and breaking the count just after 9.
Nope, they was going for an SBO, but it's taken down. No! Oof. Face buster. 1, 2. Kick out at 2.
If they're heading up to the top rope.
Oh boy. Telling Ultima to get back up to his feet. And a diving clothesline.
Drop kick to the back.
Oh, bridging suplex there. 1, 2. Kick out at 2.
Right, the rope break wasn't called.
The referees are very indifferent when it comes to calling those.
Sometimes I wonder if they even meant to call those. Oh, and a clothesline countering whatever Ultima had planned. A nice leg drop there. Now stomp him away in the chest. Backbreaker now just pushing on the spine.
Oof. Leg drop onto Ultima.
Now slamming into the turnbuckle before tossing him aside.
And Ifrit with the Bowel of Embers. I'm going for the pin. 1, 2, 3.
And your winner, the Primal Ifrit.
Looking at that suplex Ultima pulled, I thought that was it right there. But at the end of the day, it is Ifrit's fires that continue to burn bright. Oh man, that was quite the hoss fight we had.
Indeed, we are only 5 matches away from the main event.
No, you were correct. It was 6 matches. There's 6 matches left, ladies and gentlemen.
What I meant was there's 5 between now and the main event.
Oh, okay.
That was more of what I meant. Sorry.
No, there are still 6 matches between. If we're talking between Ifrit and the main event, then it's 6.
That's true. Shit.
Well, shall we shorten that and move on to the next event then?
Math is bullshit anyway. Let's go.
Yeah. You see, Jack's got the right idea.
Yeah. If you were to ask someone else, there'd be a lot of things that would be labeled as bullshit. Including the English language in New York City traffic.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't agree with you more on that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time now we go ahead and get on with it to our next matchup. The following contest is a singles match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 255 pounds, he is the Priest of the Wasteland and is your WPW Underground Champion, Keith VonLaue.
He may be a priest. The question is, what is he a priest of?
I'm gonna assume priest of God, given that he's preached that before, even so much so that he had a feud with another man that we're gonna be seeing later on tonight, Ignatius Black. They went on to have a match at Stand Your Ground for the Underground Belt. And the stipulation was that if Ignatius lost that match, then he must join Keith as a tag team on his path to God. And it was Keith that ended up winning that match.
Oh no. Well, God meets Satan.
I'm sorry, who is this man?
Ladies, gentlemen, and all things in between, the chief enforcer for Mr. Calypso, prisoner 8675309, Clyde Rosencranz.
Oh.
He's basically the Satan to Keith's God. He has no morals. He is a very, very angry individual, and he is a convicted felon of... I'm not entirely sure. He has an extensive rap sheet, good lord.
Yeah, he looks like he does a lot of crimes.
Yep, but right now he is the chief enforcer for Mr. Calypso.
And you know what, honestly, yeah, you know what? I think Calypso probably picked a good competitor, because I can't think of anyone else who would be of that stature and status.
Yeah, but he's also very much into hurting people.
So what you're telling me is that this convict would be an excellent initiate into the religious embrace of Olympica.
Probably not, because he's not really big on religion. He, in fact, very much hates religion. Last time I checked. But yeah, he just loves inflicting pain.
Yes, no, you fit right.
Serious strikes here from Keith.
Clyde having more than enough of that. Although, JT, if your friend here really likes blood, there might be plenty of it.
I mean, given he looks like he wants to just let someone bleed, and it's like I don't even know what else to say. Like, this man looks he looks like he'd be a good member of a bunch of metal bands I'm aware of.
May have, but then he'd probably just kill band members.
Quite possibly.
He'd
probably kill
has
them.
No morals.
He'd probably kill them instead of just letting them wait and bleed.
Oh, Keith looking to finally get his feet under him.
An elbow Right down to Clyde.
If Keith wants to win, he's got to be quick. He's got to not give Clyde a chance.
And given that there is a little bit of a size difference, Clyde is definitely much bigger than Keith. Keith would, I mean, I always say this when commentating over big, like, size different matches. Always go for the legs if someone's bigger than you. And I think that's definitely what Keith is going to want to have to do here. And it looks like he's doing a little bit, almost just like that with the Tequila Sunrise.
Clyde able to fight out of it.
A big series of strikes. Swinging neck breaker.
Not going for the pin. Two.
Kick out at 2. Oh, Keith with a dragon screw takedown.
Impressive getting Clyde up.
Assyrians fall right out of the gate.
Oh, I'm looking to try to potentially end this quick.
And yeah, but especially trying to show Clyde some revelations, but Clyde getting the ropes.
Immediately into a pin. 1, 2, and a kick out.
Kick out at 2.
Clyde knowing he'd probably be able to kick out, so no surprise they didn't even bother trying to reach for the ropes on that.
Uh-oh, he's pissed.
Oh, and well,
we have blood.
Yes, indeed we do.
There's the stun gun.
Kick out.
Got one.
Smearing that open wound against the mat.
Yeah, oh boy.
Now it's time.
Oh, no. I think Keith.
Avoiding the death sentence.
I wouldn't be surprised if Keith scouted out his opponent prior.
It would be smart, but we'll keep it up. Oh,
and Lutez press.
He's probably not happy that he's been busted open.
He's probably used to this. I don't think. Very rarely have I ever seen a Keith match where Keith hasn't bled.
Really?
I've seen Keith bleed quite a bit in a lot of his matches, including the very match that he was in to win his title, which was at Resistance Disorder of October last year.
Big splash. We can set up something here.
Oh, and a side slam.
Telling Keith to go to hell. 2. No.
Too close.
There was 3 there. Oh, wow.
Definitely looks like Keith's got himself a broken nose.
Perhaps, but that was the death sentence. Now telling Keith once again to go to hell. High impact. 2, 3.
And your winner, Clyde Rosencranz.
Lobos 2. Oh, Lord. Like I said, he hits hard.
Regardless of that, Keith did put on a good fight, but at the end of the day, it looks like the devil. The devil had a one-up on him today.
Devil got his due. Or no, sorry. The devil got his pay. I think that's how it goes?
Maybe? I'm not entirely sure.
Clyde claiming another victim
Oh my god.
on his rampage. Yeah, no, he's oh boy, he's something, and none of it's good.
No, no it isn't. Oh man, that we. All right, we do have some of our medical staff checking on Keith after getting busted open there, probably checking his nose.
I see Resurrectionist giving us the thumb. Up, so it looks like he'll be fine.
Clyde just walking away, possibly being called back just so and Clyde doesn't go too far, because he has gone too far before. It's terrifying.
I believe it. I believe it, and I'm scared to think about what he has done.
You think it's scary just thinking of it? I've had to witness it.
And mind you, his ring attire is washed regularly, so that blood was fairly fresh.
That is
Yeah,
terrifying.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is Clyde is keeping up the trend of the one who bleeds the most wins.
If it was his blood, I'd say yes, but it's not his blood.
Blood is blood when it comes to Fenrir.
Yeah, those gallons of the stuff. You give them all that they can drink and it wouldn't be enough.
I know, but for the particular trend, I think you have to bleed the most in order to win. And someone who knows a lot more than I would could probably correct me on that, but let's not think about that. Let's think about this next match, please.
Yes, absolutely. So let's go ahead and take you guys onto ringside for that. The following contest is a singles match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 190 pounds, representing the Matsumoto family, she is your WPW Synthwave Champion, Hana Matsumoto. We might want to put the flashing lights warning. Apologies to our audience members. Yeah, now you see why now you see what Harumi might reminded me of so much.
It is very uncanny.
But Hana Matsumoto, your Synthwave champion, has held it since Resistance Disorder. That was the night when all the championships had their first owners. Hana is still your Synthwave champion. And actually, the next episode Showdown after this pay-per-view, we'll be having a fatal four-way match to determine the #1 contender for her championship. I believe you folks can introduce me to this last that Hana will be facing.
Yep, this is the former World Domination Women's Champion, Charlie Miller.
Oh, former world champion.
And we have two world champions, the men's and the women's, except
Yeah, I mean, as per usual.
Yeah. Also, remember when the Undeniable Era was out here when I said Piper was trained by two of our premier members of our roster?
Yeah.
This is one of them. Piper trained by Charlie and her brother, who unfortunately is still on the shelf at the moment.
Who's her brother?
Kelly Miller.
Kelly?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, here we go. Oh my god. Springboard kick to the back.
Oh, there's a vicious neck breaker. Oh, a vicious insecurity.
Heading up top.
And a frog splash onto Charlie. Hana Matsumoto, obviously, as stated by our announcer, member of the acclaimed Matsumoto family. She also provides WPW with the medical staff that we get week in and week out, and even coming here today to help all the competitors from both brands. And obviously, you have Hana Matsumoto's best friend, and as well as kind of her bodyguard, Haruka Daisuke. Actually, if I remember correctly, at the last WPW pay-per-view, Haruka actually faced one of the members of WDW in the form of Yelidith Divine.
Yep. I'm just doing damage to Charlie. Charlie finally getting into this match. It's been all Hana so far. Yep. Forcing Hana to the mat for stomping on the arm.
Ouch. Oh, now continuing to put pressure on that arm in particular, but Hana powering through. Now Irish whipping.
To the outside. Yeah, driving the knees into the stomach. Oh, there's a backbreaker.
Continuing to wrench the arm there. Lifting her up and slamming her down with that suplex.
I believe that's actually a fisherman brainbuster.
Oh, okay. We're at the count of 6. Oh my god! Almost, both ladies almost started going up the ramp.
It wouldn't be the first time she did that.
Back in on the count of 8.
Oh, you're realizing don't want to end this match with a draw count out.
Able to block that single leg drop kick. For tossing her over. Went to the far corner, but took too long. Charlie able to fight out of it. Blocks the chops and goes back in the offensive. Oh, but gets countered immediately. Whoop. Here's an arm drag.
Went for another kick there, just barely grazed the head. A springboard drop kick to Charlie.
There's a backbreaker.
Charlie moving Hana to the center of the ring.
Kicks her back down. Oh, he's going for something, but Hana able to pick her off.
Oh, looked like Hana was trying to go for a drop kick there, but Charlie catching her.
Out of this crossface. Hana able to throw her off, though.
And Charlie with that suplex.
Foot underneath the rope. Ducks that huge kick. Bouncing her off the corner. Ooh.
Kitchen leg, dragon screw. Oh my god, snapdragon suplex there. Or would it be butterfly?
I believe that's a butterfly. 2. Kick out at 2. Hana not happy about that.
And with that single leg drop kick again in the cover.
I believe that was the harakiri actually from Hana.
The harakiri not enough. Again, driving these into the gut. There's a dragon screw. Oh!
Vicious DDT.
A penalty kick to follow it up. Dragon screw takedown. A toss over on the apron, trying to punch her off. Instead, decides to hit her with this back suplex.
Right back onto the hardest part of the ring.
Charlie just stomping away at that arm. Again with that fisherman brainbuster.
Now back in the ring we go.
Hana being unrelenting against Charlie. Power stripping her to the apron. And a stunner off.
Ooh.
And over the top.
Big fisherman suplex. Oh, went for something, but Charlie able to dodge out. Now gets back in the ring.
Just telling Hana to come get some.
Well, Hana got it.
Oh, and Hana with Harumageddon onto Charlie. 1, 2. Oh.
Kick out at 2.
And another Harumageddon.
That one might do it.
1, 2, 3.
Backed
And
up.
your winner, Hana Matsumoto.
The hard hitting back and forth. But Hana with the Harumageddon able to secure the win.
We have to look at the focusing lens on that particular camera. But here we have another win for WPW, this time from WPW's own Synthwave champion, Hana Matsumoto. Oh, that was an absolutely amazing showing from both Hana and Charlie Miller.
Absolutely hard hitting. And folks, there's only 5 matches left.
Yes, indeed. We're about to get ready for our 11th matchup of the night. Oh, so I mentioned earlier in the night that we'll be seeing the Dark Magician. I'm gonna elaborate more once we get down the ringside, talking about more about him. But yeah, now we'll be. You know what? I'm just gonna stop talking. Let's just go. Just get down. Let's just get down there.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just excited.
Okay.
Excited, but also kind of scared.
Yeah.
The following contest is a singles match set for one fall. Introducing first, weighing in at 235 pounds, he is the Dark Magician, Ignatius Black.
He's not into the Eldritch, is he?
So this is even weirder because he's now teamed up with Keith VonLaue after the result of their match at Stand Your Ground. So I don't know what he worships anymore. As far as I'm aware, it's like, I know early on he was dedicated to something called the Equivocation. And he might still be that way. He probably reluctantly teams up with Keith. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. That's a straight up Cthulhu mask.
Yeah, no, this was the man I was talking about who he was a member of the Magicians Guild, and he was doing pretty fine for himself until a newcomer came in and started upstaging him. He took very much. He took exception to that basically, and choke slammed the kid through a table, and he got expelled from the Magicians Guild for doing that.
And now his soul is on trial.
Yeah.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, the devil among men, Mr. Hardluck. He claims to be the actual devil. I don't know if he is or not, but he is... Oh boy.
So, do him and Clyde get along?
No. Not at all.
Huh, that would be... that's interesting.
I mean, I can understand this, because even though Preacher Boy from the other match is a priest of whatever god is a priest of,
I think it's just God.
would not get along
Oh, you know, Hard Luck would absolutely despise Keith. Considering he calls himself the actual wrestling devil. He hurt me.
He hurt you?
Yeah, he attacked me. A couple shows before now. He is not a very kind individual. He is also the leader of a group known as Ruin. Two more of whom we are going to be seeing in a couple of matches.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. This, you know, it's weird. This match, we've gone on for nearly 3.5 hours, and it doesn't feel that long. It's kind of just flown by.
Well, you're having fun, so...
Yeah, it's easy to say that when we're in an area that is hopefully secure.
I'm sure we're fine, but... Oh, now this cattle mutilation. Just trying to do damage.
On the outside of the ring. Looks like Ignatius powering through.
Which, to calm your affairs a little bit, and don't worry, as long as at least I think it's a quarter of your body is left, the resurrectionists can bring you back whole in one piece.
Uh-huh.
And there are 0 mishaps.
I mean, there was one where we had a dwarf that had somehow burnt itself to a crisp. And when he got resurrected, his beard was blue.
I mean, granted, that's just that's a minor inconvenience. I mean, hey, you got free hair dye, basically.
Yes, he also asked while he was being resurrected, when he was able to be partially conscious, to have additional modifications put in, so that was an interesting thing. I believe his gladiatorial name is now Beetledorf.
I'll have to look at his matchups, but anyway, back to this matchup here. Hard Luck.
Kick out at 2. Off a big leg drop. Oh. Went for something, but Ignatius pushing him aside before that spin out slam. Oh. He's going to try to lock up the arm, but Hard Luck fighting back. You know, funny enough, this is actually his first match in a while.
When was the last time that the folks in WDW have seen him?
Unless I'm mistaken, the last time we saw him was at our last pay-per-view, where in a losing effort alongside the Plague Bearer Asmodeus, he lost his chance at the World Heavyweight Championship to Bulldog, who we're seeing in our main event.
That's actually because the last time we actually saw Ignatius was at the last WPW pay-per-view. Last we saw him was at Stand Your Ground going up against Keith VonLaue.
Oh, wow.
Well, I have good news that they are, in fact, separate people.
Wait, who's separate people?
Ignatius Black and Hard Luck.
I mean, yeah, I would hope. It'd be weird if they weren't.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past some individuals.
Magic is a weird thing.
Well, here we go. Ignatius probably send Hard Luck. No, try to set him up for possibly the equivocation, but Hard Luck had him scouted out.
Hammerlock back suplex there, and now a cover.
Kick out at 2.
Oh God, just manhandling him.
Telling Ignatius to pay his debt. Wrenching away. This might...
It could be it for Ignatius. Oh, no.
Ignatius able to hold on, but did that take his... Oh, nope. Never mind.
I knocked the women down of him at least a little bit.
Oh, the big punch across the face. We're tossing him away.
Oh, Ignatius had him in the fireman's carry position, but hard luck reversing.
Into a reverse DDT. 1, 2,
And
3.
there we
And your winner, Mr. Hardluck.
I mean, yeah, if you... you know, I'm not entirely surprised that the man who calls himself the Devil won this matchup here. Also, although it's gonna be interesting to see how one of... Because technically Ignatius has 2 patrons now. I don't know his other... I know one of them's God. I don't know because of Keith, but I don't know what his original one is. That is a question I both want to ask and I'm afraid to ask.
I mean, I can always pull up a commune.
You know what? We'll put a pin on that.
Yes.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we only have about 4 more matches left. Now, I gotta say, these next few, I'm very much excited for. I mean, I've been excited for this show ever since it was being like conceptualized.
I mean, it's a very exciting time.
Yeah. But yeah, you know, I think because it's good to say we should just go ahead and head back down. Being told both our competitors are already in Gorilla, as Hardluck and Ignatius have already made their way to the back. So let's go ahead and just dive right into the next matchup, shall we?
Sure.
The following contest is a singles match set for 1 fall. Introducing first. Representing the Matsumoto family, Morgan Reed. Oh, hold on, I think Twizzle might need to get swazzled if just a little bit. And there we go. Twazzle has been twizzled. Yes, you heard me right, ladies and gentlemen. Morgan Reed is basically now an ally to both Hana Matsumoto and Haruka Daisuke. More on that later. Oh no, who is this? Who is this lass we're about to see?
I'm just gonna... I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna...
Get some audio hiccups here, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen... Okay, I was not informed of that particular name change. Okay, title card. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, WDW's resident model Natalia.
Hey, if I remember correctly, isn't the usual saying the sass of the class and a mighty fine ass?
Absolutely. I think someone in the back was having a bit of fun with those title cards.
I'm being corrected. It is. I'm being corrected. It's apparently the last with sass class and that mighty fine ass.
Yep.
Regardless of the nicknames.
Yep, she's got herself quite the following. But she's also a very... Oh no, not the forbidden move. No.
The wrist clutch assault. Oh, followed up with those double knee drop on the back. Now,
And gone for it again.
as I was saying earlier, Hana Matsumoto's still looking to recruit members into her group with Haruka Daisuke. Morgan Reed was one of them. Another one that Hana has had her sights on is WPW's superhero Shrike. Oh, keep reminding Shrike that her doors are open, but Shrike yet to give a response.
Is this the fourth time?
I think so. What?
It sure is.
I mean, it's doing damage. I mean, like, there's no denying that.
I know, but it also takes forever.
Now Morgan tied up in the ropes while Natalia just beats on her spine. Oh, and a backstabber.
Oh, that lumbar check. Morgan Reed now trying to fight back. Natalia, though, just not letting up against her. And here we go, suplex.
Morgan Reed getting back into this.
A single leg Boston Crab. Natalia with nowhere to go. But there, no. Natalia able to escape it. Oh!
Down in this rear naked choke.
Trying to cut off Morgan's air supply.
Morgan not having it though.
And Lutez pressed by Natalia.
Natalia being super aggressive.
Probably looking to end this match very quickly.
Morgan taking Natalia on a long walk. And a springboard arm drag.
Oh, went for that standing shooting star press, but Natalia had the knees up. Natalia just not letting up against Morgan.
Jeez. Being a lot more aggressive
This
than
is,
I'm used to.
oh, here we go again.
That's number 5.
Even the ref wiping his brow in exasperation there.
And number 6, ladies and gentlemen, this is a number 6. Natalia taking Morgan back up to her feet now. Morgan with an Irish whip. Irish whipping Natalia to the outside. Oh, I think Morgan probably looking for a count out. But obviously Natalia quick up to her feet.
Well, Morgan probably was looking for a quick breather, but Natalia quick to get back in.
Catch her with that dragon screw. Now Natalia going for the pin. 1, 2. Oh, kick out at 2. I'm honestly a little bit shocked by that. This entire match, Natalia has just been unrelenting.
Now it's bow and arrow.
Bouncing her up and down, wrenching harder.
Morgan able to hold on though.
Oh no. Oh, Morgan reversing whatever was Natalia had planned. But Natalia with a vicious DDT. 1, 2, 3.
And your winner, Natalia.
That was wrong. Natalia just did not stop the destruction onto Morgan.
Just unrelenting and finally hitting her with the, I believe she called that the photo op. Well, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Oh, I'm still almost in shock from that.
It certainly was a thing that happened.
But now, oh, that. I'm sorry. I just gotta catch myself a little bit. That was really quick. That was almost like record breaking almost. Natalia just didn't want anything to do with Morgan, it seems.
She was definitely more aggressive than I'm used to. But we only have 3 more matches to go.
Yeah, and I gotta ask you guys something. Are you guys ready for another tag match?
Oh boy.
Because that's exactly what we got going on next. So without further ado, let's go ahead and take you guys on to ringside for our third to last match of the evening.
We're on the home stretch.
The following contest is a tag team match scheduled for one fall. Introducing first, at a combined weight of 400 pounds, they are the team up of Hansel and Gretel Evergreen, the Hellhounds.
Oh, that's what they're calling themselves. I see.
Is there a problem?
if a certain tag team was not broken up, there probably would be, although I'm sure Bulldog would not appreciate this, considering that our main champion was one half of a group calling themselves the Hellhounds.
Oh.
So, yeah. I don't know if he would still have a problem with it, considering when they last fought each other, they kind of went through the top of the Hell in the Cell, through the ring.
It's why
That's
still on the shelf, actually.
Yep.
That's actually funny you mentioned that, because these... So, they fought each other in the early days of WPW, led up to a Hell in a Cell match between the two at Resistant Disorder, to which Gretel slammed Hansel through the top of the cage, and he was on the shelf for like 3 months.
I see.
Until they teamed up again after Gretel was having a bit of an issue with the primals of Titan and Ifrit, and then the brothers decided to basically bury the hatchet.
Oh boy, time for another match of Mystics. So, remember when I said that Harlock was the leader of a group called Ruin?
Yes.
That's these two.
Oh, how lovely.
Yep. There's also a female counterpart, but they're not on the card tonight. That's Wrath on your left and Wander to your right.
Wait, Wrath?
Yep, that's his name. And the other guy is just known as the Wanderer.
This shall be quite interesting.
Yep, and also, Wrath is glowing red. Lots of people bringing in their full power side. This will be something.
Yeah. Getting a tweet on social media from Lady Kathagina saying, "Look, puppies, remember folks, fix your pets. Also a moment of silence for the Evergreen Twins."
I mean,
they are okay. So they are werewolves. They should be able to handle themselves.
So JTB, which one's Hansel and which one's Gretel?
Gretel's red, Hansel's blue.
Alright, so Gretel is in the ring against Wrath. Ooh, big kick to the head. JTB?
Yeah?
There's a giant guy trying to get down to the ring over there. Who is that?
That would be Girthquake. He actually helped set up the ring today. He's part of the backstage crew.
I see. Good lord.
He's also very devastating. He had a match with Anaj Avadash a few weeks ago on Saturday Night Showdown, and it was honestly quite the spectacle. I believe the famed wrestling journalist Maeve Delter gave it a 5-star rating.
I see.
We also had to immediately reinforce the ring after that match.
Yeah, it was... even with that ring reinforced, it still made it buckle a little bit.
Oh boy. Well, now it's Hansel's turn.
I mean, to put it simply, I've seen Girthquake double suplex 2 competitors in a triple threat match.
Ah. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, Hansel up to the top rope. Oh! Looked like he just barely missed that coup de grace attempt.
Wanderer now with several strikes. Double hit choke bomb. Right back in now.
We have a special promotional from one of our sponsors.
Oh, do we?
Yes, from Bob Barker's Pet Emporium. Please remember to spay and neuter your pets.
I mean, honestly, that I'm actually gonna keep note of that in the advert book. You know, it's just it is honestly just like just a general reminder. But here we go. Wrath taking Hansel. Oh, Hansel reversing.
Oh, slamming him down the hat. Or mat. No, Lord.
And tweeting on social media, we have the Onio Matsumoto Haruka Daisuke saying, "Werewolves, Wanderer, Wendanope, I'm too sober for this."
The good news is one of our sponsors this evening is Did It at Korean Catering serving Goffness Ale.
Wanderer with a series of strikes to the grounded Gretel.
Actually,
Now even more.
you know, honestly, seeing Wrath and Wanderer, I'm not really surprised given that we have a Leshy on our roster. And he was our first world champion. And I've fought Leshy twice, and they always like to bite my finger. Like, you see my fingers right now? This is how they look, just from 2 matches.
Oh.
With a significant amount of time in between both of them.
Yes, no, I was thinking Wrath gave me very fleshy vibes.
Something that might be more Leshy vibes would be Asmodeus, our first world champion. And also a good thing that he's not here today, because a lot of people would have to get a lot of shots then.
Wait, how many shots were we talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Asmodeus is the plague bearer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
He has every single disease known and unknown to man.
Oh, and putting on social media, Fenrir saying, "I may need to pay WDW's locker room a visit sometime. They seem interesting."
I'm sure they'd welcome you. Especially Bulldog, who is very, very much rabid right now. And also in possession of our World Heavyweight Championship.
But here we go. We have Wrath tagged in, as well as Gretel. Both competitors on the outside. Wanderer, he looks like almost joining the fight a little bit. Fireman's
Just stay out of Wrath's way.
Ooh.
Snake Eyes onto the apron. Now Hansel back in.
We have red versus blue happening right here. Hansel hitting Wrath with that double knee, and then forearm to the face.
Twisting him over. Several strikes to the face.
And a stunner to Wanderer.
Catching him just as he gets in.
Kick out at 2.
2. Yeah, he got a bicycle kick.
I believe that was the headshot from Hansel. Oh, here we go. Going for the pin now. One. The Wrath right there to break it up.
Ooh, swinging the leg there. A Wrath back out before getting disqualified. Gretel back in. Oh, gets kicked in the head immediately. Wrath tagged in.
Oh, and a clothesline by Gretel. And here we go. Oh! That was the Cray Dyer.
They got it too.
Actually, no, it wasn't. It was just a pile driver. Yeah, my notes all mixed up here. But Greta clawing at the face of Wrath. But Wanda right there to break it up.
Flipping out the back and hitting a chop block. Yep.
Got back in the ring before getting disqualified.
Oh, a kick to the face. Oh boy. Whoa, what is this? Oh.
Something Gretel got out of.
Yeah.
Oh, solid left. Big face buster. Now I'm pulling him away from the corner.
Oh my!
Oh!
We got deja vu from that.
Countered into a cutter.
Wait, hold the ref!
What the hell? God damn it.
And your winner, the Hellhounds.
This win coming with some controversy as Wanderer's hand was on the rope.
Hey, it's official. Oh boy, that is gonna that's gonna make some people riled up.
Oh, you have no idea.
Friendly reminder that even if the ref's life is threatened, we have resurrectionists on staff, so he will be fine by the end of it.
Yeah, but he's probably not gonna look forward to you know, anything that might be coming his way.
And then there's the whole aftermath for you guys to deal with.
Yeah. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the start of your double main event of tonight. Your first matchup, a part of this co-main event, you have Amaya taking on Amber. And without further ado, let's go on and head down for that match. The following contest is a singles match set for one fall and is the first half of your double main event. Introducing first, representing WDW, she is the WDW Women's Champion, Amaya!
Amaya Sakamoto, our current women's champion, and someone I'm very close with.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And introducing her opponent, weighing in at 210 pounds, she is your WPW Rocker Girl Champion, Amber Drake.
Okay, now I've actually heard of her.
Yeah, her as well as her brother, I believe his name is Gavin, quite notorious in the wrestling scene. Notorious in a positive way, not in the negative kind of way.
Some may dispute that. We'll
Yeah,
say flip the coin, but
well, I
yeah,
mean,
no.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say Amber's definitely seen her fair share of controversy. I mean, she, like, one of her notorious things is her green mist that she occasionally spews at her opponent, and actually more recently, Stand Your Ground, she fought the previous Rocker Girl champion Shiva for that title. And the match ended with Shiva grabbing the ropes and the referee not noticing. So Amber did become your Rocker Girl champion, but the commission set up a false count anywhere rematch between the two to prevent any form of ring breaks from happening. That was also for the title. And with that same match, Amber Drake was still on top as your Rocker Girl champion.
And it makes sense. Make sure there is a winner.
Yeah.
Kick out at 1.
Whoa!
What the?
What? Amaya got up just in. I think not.
Did she get up the counter with a cutter and Amber counter with a cutter of her own?
It looked like she tried to get up the counter, but Amber was still able to get it. But regardless, I mean, Amber's still on top of things against Amaya. And excuse me, is she a were-tiger?
Yes.
And your wife.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. Well,
Who's
congratulations.
Stop used to sharing this information with lots of people.
I mean, honestly, it's probably why Ruin attacked you.
I'm pretty sure Harlan was the only one that did, and it was supposed to be a message to both. Like just a general, hey, I'm still here, and I'm going to do this to you as well, sort of deal.
Amber's just choking out of Maya.
Oh my god. Modified suplex there. Now Maya with a modified camel clutch there onto Amber.
String of chops.
Ooh.
Butterfly face buster.
Oh, there's Nick right here. Yeah.
Oh, was Amber got planned. Oh! Over that kick there, but Maya shoving, like, basically...
Just hopping backwards.
Yeah.
Go for a pin, but gets kicked off immediately.
That was the poison point she was looking for there.
Oh. Yep. Oh. That's the tire strike.
Oh no, that is a kick that Almaya is very lucky that she missed. Because I'll tell you what, Amber almost got her in that Twisted Sister. Really devastating move.
Repeated kicks to the thigh in order to get Maya debased. And up. Back down with that modified strike.
Twisting putter.
Getting another tweet on social media from Lady Kathgina saying, well, to be fair, Hardluck just doesn't give answers to why. He might have done it because he's jelly of the hot wife you have, Calvin.
Oh. I don't know about that. He tends to hate people. Especially humans. He's... I think at one point he said that his mission was to end humanity. A vicious belly suplex there by Amaya. 1, 2. Kick out at 2.
Springboard bulldog. Maya tying Amber up in this bow and arrow stretch again, trying to wear her down.
Wrenching away. Amber able to hold on though.
Oh, Amber getting the ropes though.
The referee actually saw the ropes that time.
Yeah.
First time for everything.
Maya had something planned, but just missed the mark on there, but didn't miss the mark on that cutter.
Only get her leg swept. Boom. Big kick to the gut, taking Amber down.
Maya dragging Amber to the middle now. Another bow and arrow stretch. Was that the third one locked in? I think this might be it, and Amber is tapping out.
And your winner, Amaya Sakamoto.
A hellacious back and forth. In the end, Amaya able to pick up the win.
Regardless, it was another outstanding performance from both of these competitors. Definitely showing what the two women's world champions of WDW and WPW are capable of. Man, this train ride has been long, but now it is getting to that point, ladies and gentlemen. One more match left, and I think I speak for everyone here, not only in this commentary booth, but also for everyone watching at home. Actually, before I get to that, we have Hana Matsumoto tweeting on social media. This is our rock and roll champion. Morgan could easily take her out. A Ranger commission definitely be into consideration, but now I think I speak for everyone when I say that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your main event. You have Nicholas Northstorm taking on Bulldog. And ladies and gentlemen, that match is next. Jack, Vega, Kelvin, are you all ready?
Oh, here we go.
Let's do this.
I'll just go to ringside and find out who strikes first and who draws blood.
The following contest is a singles match set for one fall and is your main event. Introducing first, weighing in at 250 pounds, hailing from Night City, California, he is the Netrunner and your WPW World Heavyweight Champion, Nicholas Northstorm. Nicholas Northstorm, the man who won that World Heavyweight Championship at the last pay-per-view for WPW, won it against Leshy. Now he is here today main eventing another pay-per-view, this time going up against the best of the best when it comes to the WDW roster. And introducing his opponent. Weighing in at 246 pounds, he is the WDW World Heavyweight Champion, Bulldog.
The Rabid Dog, beating Asmodeus the Plague Bearer and Mr. Hardluck, the Devil Among Men, to claim World Domination Wrestling's top prize. And has been on a tear ever since.
Every... Yeah, usually, the twizzle usually usually fixes itself after a little bit. I've heard hitting it works really well.
Have you been hitting it? That might be why it keeps going haywire at my end.
A couple of good strikes, but Nordstrom taking control, but not for long. A float over DDT by the Bulldog. Oh, remember when I mentioned that Wendy had a brother?
Uh-huh.
That's this guy.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, also, Calvin, I believe you have a visitor.
Yes, I did.
Sickeningly adorable.
Bulldog here with the armbar locked in.
Robbing the knee on the back.
Oof.
Ever since the dissolution of the Hellhounds on World Domination Wrestling, he has been just absolutely angry.
How angry? I mean, have you ever caught him in a good mood?
Yeah,
Okay.
not recently, but I have.
I mean, at least as long as you caught him in a good mood at least a few times, I think you're okay. If you have someone who's perpetually pissed off, someone like Clyde or Hardluck, it'd be extreme. Like, I don't know.
About that.
I mean, I would say at least Hardluck. I mean, not Hardluck. Bulldog. It seems like he has some, you know, some semblance of level-headedness.
About that.
Yeah.
Not really.
Oh.
He, there are times when he's in a good mood, but, after some things that have happened to him recently, no. He is perpetually angry. Always saying that he's the best. There's a reason I call him the Rabid Bulldog. Especially at one time when proclaiming himself the greatest, he's driving the heel of his hand into my cheek.
Oof. Oh, so that's what those marks are.
Still there? I got rid of them. But yeah, ever since the dissolution of the Hellhounds, he's been just all firing on all cylinders. He's claimed that he's the greatest wrestler ever. And while people may dispute that, he is backing up everything he's claimed so far. Currently still undefeated as our world champion. Nordstorm with the chance to halt that winning streak.
The Bulldog looks like he doesn't want that to happen, hitting Nordstorm with that snake eyes off the turnbuckle. Oh, the twizzle need to be twizzled.
Working on it.
Yeah, okay, I think we fixed it. Yeah, we fixed it.
Nicholas there with a springboard wheelbarrow Bulldog.
And we have blood!
Yep. Bulldog is in fact bleeding. Kick out at 1.
Can't imagine he's too happy about that. Given what you just told me, Calvin, I imagine he's just never, yeah. He was mad from the start.
He was okay at the start. Then things happened to him.
Well, I was mostly talking about tonight, specifically.
That is fair. He is dogged and determined to prove that he is, in fact, the best. And like I said, he's rabid.
Cheers of, having fists into the face there.
Good lord, the height on that moonsault. 1, 2. Kick out at 2.
Oh, enziguri to the back of the head.
Fighting back with an enziguri of his own. Sending Nicholas into the corner and turning him around.
Oh!
There's the... I believe that's the show dog. 1,
Cover for 1, 2.
kick out at 2. I think Bulldog was expecting him to go over the top rope. Oh, big kick to the gut.
Oh, here we go. Nicholas blocking in the rewire onto Bulldog.
Pulling hard, hoping to dislodge either the shoulder or pull the neck out of place.
Bulldog able to hold on, though. One, 2, kick out at 2. Bulldog has gone through hell and high water.
Oh, top rope.
Where he is.
Nicholas going for crash shoot points. Oh, but Bulldog had the knees up.
There's a running Bulldog. There's a front flip neck breaker. Nope. Hurricanrana catching Bulldog off guard. Drop kick to the back. Caught the foot.
Another running Bulldog there.
Sweep away.
Nicholas definitely had this man scouted out. Looks like both of these competitors had each other scouted out. Reversing each other's moves and everything and just absolutely working around each other.
Also, is that his face paint?
No,
Leaking or
that's
bleeding more?
That's okay. So, oh shoot, did we get blood? I think we got blood.
I know Bulldog's bleeding. I don't know if Nicholas is bleeding as well. There's a
Hard
drop
to
kick.
say. I've been looking at that a little bit and I can't quite tell because there's just so much red on Nicholas today.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, because that is that other half. That's a part of his face. That is his face.
Okay, I didn't know if it was part of his face paint or if he was also bleeding. Because I know Bulldog's bleeding.
Yeah, I'm talking about mostly where the eye patch is. That the side where the eye patch is actually planted on. That's actually is like a part of his face. He had, you know, cybernetic enhancements and all that to help him with his net running stuff. Actually,
well,
also the CEO. Of, sorry,
I only saw it on the side that looked not burnt, so that's why I got confused.
Nicholas Northstorm, obviously the CEO of Northstorm Enterprises, his bodyguard being the California courier Brunilda Boria, has been an absolute roll on Saturday nights. Imagine she's quite happy to see her mentor in the main event of tonight. Nicholas going to the top rope, looking for another crash 2.0.
And get to the side.
Another hit.
1, 2, kick out at 2.
Also, no, yeah, no, Nicholas is bleeding.
Okay. So both competitors are bleeding.
Oh, Bulldog.
Power slam there.
Getting that arm trap there. Wrenching it. Oh, slammed right into the stairs.
He's taking the head.
They're at the count of 6.
Nicholas might be looking to be clever, we'll see.
Nicholas yelling at Bulldog. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh,
We're at the count of 8.
At the high risk district.
And cross body out the top to the outside, and thus resetting the count.
Bulldog counters that kick. That's throwing Nicholas away.
Neckbreaker there by Bulldog. We're at the count of 6. Looks like both competitors making their way back to the inside of the ring. Nope, Bulldog heading back out.
Bulldog still wants to do damage, but gets caught.
Oh, whoa.
He was
Nicholas
expecting
Miscalculating
a
that.
little too eager.
Bulldog may be rapid, but he's still a veteran competitor. He knew that Nicholas was expecting him to walk over, so he just stood still.
Activate. And the count's been reset.
Bulldog rolling Nicholas back in. And a bridging suplex there.
Beautiful Northern Light suplex.
Now Nicholas going back to the top rope, looking for another Crash 2.0! 1, 2.
Kick out at 2. Bulldog's been put through the ringer, but is still going.
Springboard crossbody, this time on the back.
Bulldog looking to take the upper hand here.
Freshman driver. Going to punch him, but Nicholas counters. There's a neck breaker. Ooh, a kick to the head.
Spin kick to the gut. Followed by a neck breaker. Now Bulldog going for the cover. 1, 2. Oof, but a kick out at 2.
Another kick to the head.
Nicholas needing to gain the upper hand here because it looks like he's
Here we
running
go
out of
though.
steam.
Nicholas locking in the rewire once again. He's got it locked in. And Bulldog is tapping out!
Oh my god!
Creatures and beasts, concepts and constructs, your winner, Nicholas Nordstrom.
Oh my goodness.
First time Bulldog has lost in a while. And the first time he's tapped out.
Vicious battle between two champions, top of their industry. Just an amazing, amazing match there.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Jack.
What an ending.
Yeah, oh my goodness. So with all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, so the final tally of the night, we have a tie, more or less.
Not the first time this has happened.
We have
What do
7
we have?
wins for WDW, 7 wins for WPW, and 1 win for YEW. But, oh my goodness, 4.5 hours of non-stop action, ladies and gentlemen. But as much as I would love to see more, this is unfortunately where we're gonna have to be ending things tonight. So with everything said and done, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, JTB, joined by Vega Fun Hashim, as well as Jack Action and Calvin. You can say your goodbyes.
It's been a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen, but oh no! Hang on! There's some more things happening.
Wait, what's happening?
Bulldog! It's just...
What?
Oh no! Bulldog's attacking Nicholas!
What?
I've already sent the enforcers down to break this up.
Oh no, no, Bulldog, no.
Bulldog, don't!
Oh no! German suplex through the table!
Can we get assistance? Okay, we got...
And now we go, the enforcers have hit the ringside.
Yeah, it looks like Minuano and Arctic are joining him. Trying to hold Bulldog back.
Bulldog just kicking and punching. She just trying to get at Nicholas.
Well, while we clear out the arena, I do hope everyone enjoyed the show this week.
Oh, hold on. Nicholas is grabbing a mic. Oh, well, I did say WDW looked overly aggressive, but Wolfpack stood their ground. WPW. There seems to be a little bit of a divide in the crowd. One half chanting WDW, the other half chanting WPW. So I think we're gonna go ahead and leave you guys off with that. So I am your host, JTB.
I have been Vega Fun Hashim.
I've been Jack Action.
And I've been Calvin Davenport.
And we will all catch you guys next week in the underground. Have a good night, everyone, and see ya.